Zach, and welcome to another our first live stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Second time I did that this week. I hope it won't become a habit whenever I start new projects. Today we're going to be starting our 100% playthrough of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. And before we get things started, there is something I do want to point out, and that is we are excuse me, sorry. I actually have beaten Assassin's Creed Syndicate once on PlayStation 4 when it first came out, but I've never beaten it on Xbox. But you can see I actually did get a few achievements on Xbox, which are Flawless Conquer, secure 3 gang strongholds and complete their optional constraints, Unqualified Success for completing 3 Templar hunts and their challenges, Thief Taker, bring 3 bounty targets back alive, Modern Babylon for completing Memory Sequence 3, assassinate 50 enemies, reach combo level 40, complete Memory Sequence 2, and Memory Sequence 1. We are going to be starting a new playthrough, a new game, but if we load into the game, you will see that I actually already have a save data. So for those of you who are curious, who don't really know how to clear save data, I'm going to go ahead and show that off. And I just go in here and verify it. There's something in the menu that I do want to point out that I do have. I did buy something for the e-store. I bought collectible maps so that things, so that certain collectibles will actually appear on the overall map, and I just wanted to verify that I do have it. I know I have it, I just want to show it off in case clearing my save data actually removes my maps. So you can see I'm 13% through the game. Like, I have not played much of this game on Xbox. I beat the game on PlayStation, but didn't really do much beyond like doing the story. But if we go into the unlock maps, you will see that I have the glitch tracker and I have the Secrets of London map. These are for 2 collectibles that don't show up on the map normally. And if we go in here on the manage game and add-ons, go to save data and delete all. The one thing that I am unsure of is, and I'm really kind of hoping that I will still maintain my save data, my map data I should say. I'm really crossing my fingers that when I hit delete all, it doesn't remove my maps. I should point out that in relation to 100% completion, what we're going to be covering is getting 100% synchronization on the main missions, as well as getting 100% sync on all the side activities, gang takeover things, and the allies quests. And we'll also be getting all collectibles. You'll be getting all we'll be essentially doing everything in this game. I can't remember what exactly I have in store, but if there is something we can collect, we will be getting it. In addition, like comparison to what I did for Assassin's Creed Unity, where I tried to get all the gear items, but I ended up like giving up on it. I actually am gonna try and like craft every single piece of gear and unlock every skill as a little additional challenge for myself. But just want to verify. I do have it. Great. No, I said delete it. Let me actually go ahead and I think I need to let me look this up real quick. How to clear save data for Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Xbox Series X. I need to figure this out. There's a, let me try and like look up, because there is a way you do it for Assassin's Creed Unity. I'm assuming it's the same process for Syndicate. I need to clear my save data in order for me to actually start this freaking playthrough. Xbox Series X. Okay, so I'm gonna need to load into this again. Just get the save data loaded up. I might save data again, even though it really should be deleted. I really kind of hate how you can't just like choose a different save file. Okay, now we should be good. My god, it should not be that difficult to start a new game. Now I can check to see if my maps saved. There we go.
The past is your playground. Abstergo.
Hello, Initiate. Recently, Abstergo Historical Research began several new projects in London. We both know that when Abstergo makes big moves, the Templars are up to something. We think they're hot on the trail of a new piece of Eden. I've got people in London looking for it.
Hey, Bishop! Jacob and Evie Fry are twins. How awesome is that?
Speak of the devil. Fire up your cameras, Bex. I've got picture. ETA on the payload?
Sending it now.
A lot to sift through. I'm gonna get the Initiates on it ASAP.
You look weird with a weapon. Let's plant a little bug and see what we can see. Got something. Isabel Ardant has a meeting here in a few hours. Doesn't say with who.
Doesn't say with whom, Rebecca. I suppose it's down to Muggins here to find out.
Hold on. The mission was to find data to locate a piece of Eden in London.
We did.
And now, I am eager to try this new kit.
I don't like it when those two go off book like this. Well, all we can do is take a deep breath and move forward. You'll be searching for the piece of Eden through the lives of Jacob and Evie Fry, twin assassins who operated in Victorian London. Your first set of genetic memories are downloaded. Good luck.
Okay.
Brother George, it is as I feared. London has fallen. Thrice I have written to you begging your aid. Thrice you've responded with silence. And yet I write again. So desperate my need, so few my options. I need you. London needs you. You would say it is too great of a task, or that it is not yet time to strike. Patience, you would counsel. But whilst you wait, the Templars consolidate their power. They have chosen a Grand Master so ruthless, so thorough. One might think Reginald Birch himself had returned. His name is Crawford Starrick, and he intends to rule the world. There is no aspect of society he does not control, no industry that escapes his grim touch. By day, it is corrupt merchants and venal politicians who hold court. Come night, a vicious street gang known as the Blighters strikes terror in the hearts of all. There is no business untainted by his poison, no person unexploited, be it by duplicity or force. Our enemy has designs on the highest office of them all. And so, as you look inward, and dare I say it, afraid, Crawford Starrick's ambition is fixed on the beyond, to kingdoms and continents as yet unconquered, though not for long, for he knows. As I have warned you, time and time again, whosoever controls London, controls the world.
Love that introduction so much. And I also love the fact that I think this is like the first time maybe that you're seeing Rebecca and Sean as assassins. Like in action as assassins. Maybe it happened in Unity, I can't remember. We saw them in Unity.
The iron ship's from here. The Templar running things is Rupert Ferris and our target 1. Target 2 is Sir David Brewster, who's got his hands on a bauble that could ruin us in this wretched war. Think you both can handle it?
What a question.
All right. My mistake. Ladies and gentlemen, the unstoppable Fry twins. See them nightly at Covent Garden.
George, honestly, I've studied the plans of the laboratory and have every route covered.
And I've got all I need right here. I'll extend your regards to Ferris.
Chat later, George. We've a train to catch.
Jacob! Evie! May the creed guide you, you vagrants!
More afraid than ever. Years have not been kind.
Evie Fry, where do you get it from?
The same place as you, Jacob.
Have fun.
Don't die.
So I'll just go ahead and say this. Actually, I think there's still a little bit more cutscene.
How long does he intend to go on like this? He's disrupting the other workers. Shoot his tracks and get the machine fixed. And send me some laudanum for my head.
Coming right up.
So I should go and state this. A lot of people actually kind of view Assassin's Creed Syndicate, like some people like this game, some people hate this game. I'm kind of one of those people where I'm honestly kind of mixed. There are some things I like about this game, there are some things I dislike, but in relation to the characters, I may be like the only one, I may be one of the few people that actually really kind of find like the humor in this game to be funny. I honestly kind of forgot about that line with, with the George, I think is his assassin's name, where he's just called Jacob and Evie's vagrants.
What do you think you're doing?
No one goes in or out, unless there's a problem.
I hold the machines. That door opens, and I have my route to Ferris.
Honestly, I actually love this game. I'm kind of one that after playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla, this game is definitely more favorable in comparison. So this isn't like a game that's like the top 3 for me. This is more so like a game that's maybe like mid. Like it's just above Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Assassin's Creed Odyssey in my opinion. And honestly, there's a huge gap in between Valhalla and Odyssey in relation to how much I like those games. Like, if we were to put it into comparison, Assassin's Creed Valhalla would probably be like a 1, in my opinion, like in terms of overall enjoyability for me. Assassin's Creed Odyssey would be a 5. Syndicate would just be above that with a 6.
Sanitary inspector. This man is dead.
You're the dead man! Run along home. I'll teach you how to beg for mercy.
Also, I love how the combat is just so fast paced. I love the fast-paced combat in this game. It's probably one of the things I like most about this.
Why would you want to kill me?
Ferris, I'm coming.
Mr. Ferris!
Didn't mean to select that. I'm trying to see what the optional objective is for this. Guess nothing yet.
Time to head for higher ground.
Okay, and reach.
You'll feel my feet.
How do I crouch? How do I crouch? Not vehicle. Navigation. Crouch is... oh, crouch is A. Oh, you weren't exactly doing it. We're exactly doing it perfectly stealthy. Okay, let's go. I'm up. There you go. Need to get over there. Not being totally stealthy. Oh, we're getting it done. I'm kind of a little bit rusty with this game. I'm up with Assassin's Creed. Try and be a little bit more sneakier. moving on.
Mr. Ferris, sir, the lad in the factory should be taken to be bandaged by the apothecary.
Fine. But dock his wages.
Yes, sir.
Shall we arrive at a final price, Mr. Ferris?
Assassinate Rupert Ferris. We seriously still don't have an optional objective. I guess not. Not what I want you to do. Can I see if I can get... I think I may be able to drop down the ceiling.
Take this down. Dear sir, I am pleased to inform you that I have managed to secure a source of iron ore that will continue to generate a steady profit for many a year to come, and provide the raw material to build several new trades. Expect a knighthood for this.
There you go.
It is done. Oh? What did you accomplish, boy? A bolt loosened in Starrick's machine. A large bolt, but not enough.
Your Grandmaster will fall.
You assassins can circle London to your heart's content. The mechanism we have built has been going strong for 100 years, and will run 1,000 more. It is the very city itself.
We will take London from your hands.
From Croydon, you lurk in the shadows like a coward. I doubt it.
Yeah, nice replacement for the original feather that was used in Assassin's Creed 1 and I think the Ezio trilogy. I think the Ezio trilogy used feathers. I could be wrong. Okay, now this point right here, actually get an achievement, I think. Or knock 50 enemies off of trains. So we need to kick down 5 guards, then restart for you thing. I don't know how you kick. think I'm gonna need to replay this, but at least we made progress on it.
What's your bottle, boys?
It's fine. We can get that later. I just want to make some progress on that. And we can just replay a sequence at a later time.
Well, we seem to have made an unscheduled stop.
And just keep going.
Maybe next time I'll walk.
I guess there's no optional objectives for that one. Now we're doing Levy Friday now.
Yard. Guard quarters. Brewster's laboratory. This is where the piece of Eden will be located. No loose ends. Now, to decouple the locomotive and create a diversion.
Well, where is it? Huh? Where's Brewster's supplies? Meter.
Okay, let's go ahead and check the progress tracker to see if I made progress on that. And it looks like I didn't. I must need to do something specific. I thought the kick 50 enemies off trains was just pressing X to break the fence.
Who's that?
We'll have to do that later time.
Deploy the diversion. I'm on my way, Sir David.
There's a chest here. I need to throw a knife, which is nice.
Hello, boys.
Okay, keep going.
Please, miss. Don't tell us. You sent us to go. She's turned up like a bad. She's an intruder!
Keep going. didn't make use of the whistle command. Probably should have taken cover and whistling it over. Oh well.
Smells like Jacob's cooking.
Oh yeah, punching a train decoupler.
That should keep you busy while I head into your lab.
There's still guards left on that train.
Follow me down the tracks.
You stay here. And keep a lookout.
All right. I'll shout if I get any bother.
First for a bird's eye view. Can't be too careful.
Not your concern. Bring back the cargo.
I think we are out of sight of the guards now. And reach.
I need 2 more weeks with the device.
Your questionable practices are beginning to draw unwanted attention. You have been given more than enough time to achieve results, Sir David.
I was unaware that you expected me to perform like a cocker spaniel.
Permit me to remind you of your obligation to the Order.
Miss Thorne, you ride me like a racehorse.
Sir David, I will return tomorrow. If you have not unlocked the device's secrets, forget your dogs and horses. I will leave you to the wolves. Good day.
I was merely promised a tour of the premises, my lords.
Who sent you?
It's one of Green's spies.
Get that man to interrogation. Then I want him brought to the lab.
What a pity. But no deviations from the mission.
Being an assassin. All that stuff is really familiar to me, although that useful objects is something I'll probably be relevant. Memory serves. Yeah, we need to kill 5 enemies with hanging barrels. Hey, keep going. There should be another set of barrels somewhere. Somewhere is another set of barrels.
That's Sir David
Yeah, but that worked.
Where is Brewster's laboratory? All reconnaissance pointed straight here. A secret laboratory? Well, well. Perhaps I can aid this interrogation.
Hey, just come over here. Trying to whistle him over, but he wasn't budging. I thought I double assassin, I don't know why.
Ah, thank you kindly. I was in ever such a squeaky fix when, what do you know? You rescue me.
Where's the hidden laboratory?
Untie me and then we can parley, my lady.
I'm pressed for time. Tell me now.
It's underground. Requires a key. One of the guards nicked mine, cheeky sod.
Thank you.
Now? Untie me?
You got yourself in. I trust you can get yourself out again.
Not to worry, my lady. Can still recall a couple of tricks from me carnival days.
Charming.
He's a magician. Locate key. Will do. Smoke bomb is not as helpful as I would like. And for some reason that guy didn't even notice me. Always going from above.
Let's have a butcher's downstairs then. I want to see that artifact. Not if you value your life. See that woman there?
I'm actually gonna go upstairs and grab that chest. And I was just trying to steal it. I'm actually gonna spare this guy.
best not.
Got it.
That latter one, don't you?
Maybe someone ought to notify the loony bin.
Let's go. Look at the secret lab entrance. There's tags some enemies stuck around. And let's go in.
There you are. The entrance to Bruce's lab.
I love that she uses a cane sword. I need to lean back, my back is hurting.
Back on track.
Earn 2 skill points. Looks like we are getting double assassination. That's the only ability we can unlock. You have one more. I think Luke Takedown may be good. By the end of this playthrough, we will have every single skill in the game for both characters. I do like the dual protagonists they introduced in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. My
He can't, so do as you're bloody told. And by the way, it's some woman
my main one of the things I'm really kind of excited about, like about Assassin's Creed Shadows, is the fact they're bringing back the dual protagonists. Assassin's Creed Syndicate was, I think, the last time where, yeah, that happened. I'm probably playing a shit ton of Naoi. I think I'll have a lot of fun with her. Although I can see some people liking Yasuke. People are kind of more a fan of the combat element of the RPG games. Surprisingly, like, despite me having problems with the RPG games, like in specific with Odyssey and Syndicate, Odyssey and Valhalla, I should say, there was a lot of fans that actually were introduced and actually like the Assassin's Creed games for its combat because of the essentially what I call the button master victory thing and the combat, how the combat worked in Odyssey and Valhalla. Personally, I think that the combat for Odyssey was better than the combat for Valhalla. The combat for Valhalla was just so tedious and boring that oftentimes whenever I did it, I was just falling asleep, essentially.
Piece of Eden.
Increase the electricity. But it'll become unstable, sir. You heard what Miss Thorne said. We need results now.
Need to air assassinate Brewster.
It might just be worth the risk.
Sir David, you cannot be serious.
The assassins will fall, and Darwin will be little more than a bearded memory. That Miss Thorne, she's something. Judge of our building. What a weak intruder! She's right there!
Air assassinate Brewster. Should have 100% sync now.
It is time to lay down your head, Sir David Brewster.
But I have so much more to discover.
Do not be afraid.
I'm not. God will protect me.
I will continue your experiment.
You will not stop, Starrick. Miss Thorne has already found another piece of Eden, more powerful than the last.
I will take that one too.
We fight to gain what we cannot take with us. It's in our nature.
I have to get out of here now. Come on, Evie.
Let's go, let's go!
Keep going.
And we did it,
That was far too close.
I think.
I must find a way out.
I could have sworn I disabled music. I'm gonna need to like check to make sure when we get out of here, but I just realized I thought I disabled music. Apparently didn't save. Or maybe the settings got messed up and I deleted my sync data. I should have checked that. I just didn't realize that the, I didn't really pay attention to the soundtrack going on. The reason why I did like disable music is there are some like gameplay music that is licensed and it has got me flagged for copyright in the past.
Come on.
100% sync.
Was there explosion?
What explosion?
Evie?
Piece of Eden detonated and took the lab with it.
The magic lump of hyperbolic metal. I'm shocked.
Simply because you have never valued the pieces does not
All
mean...
went according to plan, hmm?
There was a slight complication.
How slight.
The lab exploded.
Jacob.
You derailed a train.
Oh, he did. did he?
Well, the train derailed and I happened to be on it. I killed my target.
Brewster is also no more.
Then all in all, a successful mission in spite of you two.
What about London?
What about it?
We're wasting our time out here.
You know as well as I do that London has been the domain of the Templars for the last 100 years. They are far too strong yet. Patience.
But the Templars have found a new piece of Eden.
Sir David is dead. They do not know how to use it. The Council shall guide us. Sound advice that your father would have seconded. I shall see you back in Crawley.
Patience, Evie.
Ah, the gentle sound of opportunity passing us by.
So what's stopping us? London is waiting to be liberated. Forget Crawley.
Father would have wanted us to listen.
Oh, Father. You could continue his legacy in London.
Freeing future generations from a city ruled by Templars. You know, Jacob Fry, you might just be right.
Then shall we?
Yes. Let's. Onward to London.
And herein lies the bulk of the game, exploring and liberating London.
I know. You've only had a taste of our latest acquisition from Abstergo. But I want to check in on Sean and Rebecca. I still think attacking a Templar is a mistake.
Call Dr. Grammatica.
Come on. Oh, Isabel. What a lovely surprise.
Our mutual friends will be here shortly to search for the artifact. Once it's located, I'll let you know.
Super. Always a pleasure.
Prick.
It's people like you that give historians a bad name.
I'm afraid I don't have time for you today, Mr. Hastings.
Thank you for making my job easy.
Oh, shit.
It does look grim.
Master Berg, Agent Acosta. Deal with them, please. Move it!
It's weird there's no audio.
Hunt them down!
You think there'd be sound effects, but it's just silent.
Wait for you to search the data. Their little stunt has put the whole operation at risk. You need to synchronize Jacob and Evie's memories. Find something that puts us ahead of the enemy. Time is of the essence, and lives are now clearly on the line. Good luck.
Kind of missed being able to do this in Assassin's Creed games. To my knowledge, I don't think you could really have moments to do this in Assassin's Creed Unity. I do kind of like exploring like this little thing here. I think it was in like almost every single game. Except for Odyssey, I think, and I don't think Odyssey had it, and maybe Origins and Unity. I think Valhalla had it.
I've never seen so many people all at once.
Churning seas of London. It's just the way Father described. Now, to find Henry Green and formulate a plan of attack against the Templars.
Is Mr. Green again?
The assassin watching over London? Did you not listen the first 3 times?
Listen to what? Oi, watch it.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oi! Come back here, you filthy dipper!
Jacob, stop!
I'm probably gonna lose him because I made the wrong turn.
policeman. Keep it.
Well, well. What do we have here? You're on our property. Rip your tongue out. Break his head off!
Oh, I love that. That looks so cool.
Excellent. What else does London have to offer?
Now is not the time for tourism, Jacob. Now's the time to find Henry Green. I've always been the quicker climber, haven't I?
Not since we were 2.
Race you to the highest vantage point. You're going to lose again.
Not on my watch.
I need to arrive before Evie. I made it.
Where is Mr. Green's shop located? It was marked on Father's map.
2 assassins. Equal in height. 1 female, 1 male. 2 decades old. And those devilish smiles. You must be the Fry twins.
And you are?
Henry Green, at your service. I was sorry to learn about your father's passing.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about Crawford Starrick?
I suppose the Council desires news.
London must be freed to provide a better future for all of its citizens.
Well, thank goodness the Council saw reason and sent you to aid us.
Yes. Thank goodness.
Unfortunately, I am the bearer of bad news. Today, Starrick sits at the helm of the most sophisticated Templar infrastructure known in the Western world. Every class, every borough, the gangs, the industries. His reach extends all across London.
I've always thought of myself as a gang leader. Firm, but fair. Huh. Well, I have uniforms. And I'll unite a mix of disenfranchised outsiders under one name. That's it, Evie. We can rally them to our side.
Oh, like the way that you rallied those card players at the Oakbrook Tavern into the river.
Oh, that was different. They beat me at whist. I can see it now. We'll call ourselves the Rooks.
You were never good at chess either.
Have you got a better plan?
Find the piece of Eden.
Oh.
Well, let me show you the lay of the land. Shall we?
Oh my god, I love the bickering between those two. And Synchronize.
Look at what Starrick has done to the city. Whitechapel is riddled with crime. Child labor, despite regulations. A gang known as the Blighters overruns the streets. And Templars manipulating behind the scenes. As in all the other boroughs, we need to return this city to the people who built it in the first place.
We will free London from Starrick. You have my word.
Am I Rooks?
Miss Fry, your passion is inspiring. Come. Let us return to my shop, and I can bring you up to date on the rest.
Got 21 new database entries. Holy shit. Getting a lot of entries so fast. I was saying about when yesterday I was playing, I know they're gonna start talking, just gonna bring this up real quick. So I was saying about the journal entries for Far Cry 3, Blood Dragon yesterday. Ubisoft has a way of just kind of like piling a lot of database entries on you, and it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially if you're like me and like to read the journal entries outside after the stream only for YouTube. So, but Assassin's Creed is kind of more infamous because they just push more and more and more entries onto the thing, and it can definitely be overwhelming. One of the reasons why I ended the stream early yesterday is not just to like get started on the data console.
Who's Kalon? One of Starrick's gang leaders.
Why does he want you?
He's after some of my more arcane research into one of the precursor artifacts.
The Piece of Eden.
It's also
these blighters.
I'm just gonna go on pause so I can finish my thought real quick. It's also because there's a streamer that I follow who's essentially like the inspiration behind the how my one of the inspirations behind how I've been running my channel. He has been a YouTuber since 2016 and he started streaming in 2020, a few months after I started streaming myself. And he's essentially been the kind of inspiration to me, but he was doing a live stream at 5 p.m. and I want to make sure I made it there in time. So I was kind of ending it off early so I can make sure I get the thing, cover like the database things and have the video uploading while I'm watching the stream.
In search of an army.
Don't stream today.
Up the nastiest of the underworld. Some of the city's gangs tried to prevent it and were slaughtered for their efforts. Now, only Whitechapel's clinkers remain opposed, but they're no match for the blighters.
Well, let's shine these clinkers up then, shall we? They're just the sort we're looking for.
You can't be serious.
Evie, they're ready to fight and oppose the blighters. This is my chance to step in. Look out, London. Here come the rooks.
Confound this city. No one looks where they're going.
Yes, I've noticed that.
Bloody Drood. I'll never finish it at this rate. Only Providence knows where those words are headed now. Well, I must get to work replacing them. Should you ever be in the mood for a tale or two, you can always find me where the ale is warm and tempers are hot. Ta-ta!
I know Charles...
What an odd man.
That Mr. Fry was Charles Dickens. Knows everyone and everything in the city. If I were you, I would keep that connection in your back pocket. Kalok's gang is nearby. They must not follow me back to my shop.
We'll take care of it.
Here, you might be able to use this.
Oh God, I hope so.
My carriage is nearby. Make use of it to throw them off my trail. I will meet you at the curio shop.
I was gonna say, I only really know Charles Dickens. I think he was the one that wrote Oliver Twist. Let me just Google this, because I don't want to sound like an idiot. Who wrote Oliver Twist? It is Charles Dickens. I really only know him from that work. I never even read the book, but it is something I'm familiar with.
Walk on, girl. We need to lead them away from greed. Here comes trouble.
Their carriages are easily damaged. Kalok will rue the day.
That's the way.
Dude, that is so dumb.
Return to Mr. Green.
Aye, aye, Captain.
You're relentless.
That relentlessness will see me become master when we finish this.
George would do nothing of the sort.
Oh shit.
Whatever's left of the Creed would perish under your control.
Harsh words, dear sister.
Oh right, this is England, so people drive on the left, is that right?
I do hope Mr. Green made it back.
Yeah, looks like it.
Don't tell me you fancy the bloke already.
And what do you suggest we do if our #1 source of information turns up dead?
Starrick can't be that hard to find. I say we turn the carriage round and go find him.
This is why you aren't in charge.
don't know why it stopped me. I was holding right trigger.
Did you give them the slip?
We gave them more than that.
Who are all these people?
Over the years, I have established a number of connections across the city.
Splendid. We'll need focused aid.
Focused aid. We take over Starrick's gangs, we cripple his control.
You're not aiming high enough. Starrick has influence in every branch of society. We need to match him.
I see what you're saying, Evie. We need the Rooks.
You're not starting a gang called the Rooks.
I believe I may have an idea of my own. We will need the police to turn a blind eye to activities. My ally in the force, Sergeant Aberline. I've heard he's a master of disguise. Next up, urchins.
Urchins?
Urchins. Children make for excellent spies.
Clara O'Day.
Smart as a whip, that one.
Finally, you would be wise to remember that Starrick never acts alone. There are gang leaders in every borough. You'll meet them soon enough, no doubt.
Rexford Kaylock, known for his ability to vanish before your very eyes.
Should we make him vanish for real?
I suppose.
One moment. A Templar target you might want to look into. Be cautious. It's rough out there.
No, don't worry about me, Greenie. I can handle a few thugs.
As I said, I love dumb humor. I love dumb humor in movies and TV shows, and I just think it's just hilarious. So I just love the humor of this game. But a lot of people may think that humor is cringy or forced, but it always makes me laugh. It's just to give an example on what I mean by dumb humor. Basically, maybe it sounds kind of dumb, but there was a movie that came out when I was a kid called Land of the Lost. It starred Will Ferrell in it, and also had another actor whose name I forget, but the other actor was played like the antagonist in the Seth Rogen movie. I'm trying to remember what that actress name is. But that movie was filled with really stupid jokes, really stupid situations. And when I was a kid, I thought that movie was hilarious. So I just love dumb humor. So I'm trying to find the Land of the Lost cast. (2009) cast. Danny McBride is the character's name that I forgot about. Danny McBride. And I love that movie so much. I just thought it was hilarious. Let's go ahead and do O'Day first.
What's the plan then, oh mighty planner?
You're the one with the grand ideas. The gangs, the fights, even...
I'm gonna go see if I can get some skills. Scavenger. That may be good. But I want to get lockpicking. I may as well get what's this? Need 2 for that. You know, I'll save my points for now. I think lockpicking would be best to max out for now.
If you insist.
If you favor stealth, Jake is more confrontational. Share money by separate gear and skills. Let's actually take a look at the inventory. I have a few items. We have Ezio's thing. Oh, Edwards. Dr. Daniels, who the hell are you? I remember, they look kind of steampunk. Suave outfit. And Huntsman. They also have Gunslinger, Outdoorsman, Master Assassin, that actually is really cool. Blackguard suit. And secret items that need to be crafted. At least change the color scheme. It really looks good. I just stick with what I have. Yeah, we should be good to just do with what we have. Early game. I also noticed that apparently at some point, maybe when I first played this game, I don't know, I actually bought the I actually bought an XP boost. And I don't know when I bought it, but I'm hoping it runs out soon.
What is this place?
It's nice to meet you both at last. This is Babylon Alley. Here we make it our business to know the streets and provide children with the opportunity to control their own destinies.
Clara. Mr. Green said we might be able to help one another.
In exchange for our services, we ask a small favor.
Well, why not? You seem to have taken most of my money. Why not take a small favor, too?
There are several factories about the city that are powered almost entirely by child labor. Those children work long hours with little pay, and most are not permitted even to leave the factory grounds. They suffer terribly. I need you to save them.
A small favor.
In return, we offer you intelligence. Something you clearly need.
Now, hold on a minute.
I'm late for an appointment. What are these terms?
We accept.
Pleasure doing business with you.
I love Jacob's abrasiveness. I swear to God, like I may be like the only person that outrightly just loves almost every aspect of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. The humor is just hilarious to me. Like, obviously, you can't really take it seriously, but it's still funny. Yeah, so the optional objective is to not trigger the alarm. Let's try and make it a beeline to the alarm first. And now they can't trigger the alarm. Go ahead and clear the area out now. And now we free the kids.
I'm right here.
Thanks, mister.
Was hoping I could assassinate him, but it was still alerted to me. No, not Carrie.
I'm here to help.
You really helped us, mister.
I'm free.
Thanks very much.
I say Claro D gets an outfit for a level 2 reward. By associates throughout London, England, as aiding associates increase their loyalty amongst unique and valuable rewards. So what I'm basically going to be doing is we aren't going to be going after the collectibles until we liberate the district. So if you're wondering why I'm not like going out of my way to collect collectibles, that's why.
Your tongue out!
Was that guy a crossdresser? I thought that was a woman. What's that right there? That marker. That is, that's funny. It's from like an old playthrough. That's funny, that's saved. We'll worry about that later. I love just running up to people like guards and just assassinating them and just run away. It is just so always a satisfying thing to do in Assassin's Creed games. It's snipers down. Yeah, that guy's a scout, looks like. Looks like I'll alert the enemies. He attacks me. Looks like she's in the building.
Must be one of the clinkers. Good place to start.
Can't tell me what to do! Not looking so tough now, are ya?
Must be one of the clinkers. Good place to start.
Mr. Fry, good to see you again, sir. Won't bite back now.
There you go. Another area taken out. Go here. Quite a bit of territory to explore when this is over.
You seem to want my employer's attention, Mr. Fry.
Oh, I positively crave it. But you'll do for now.
As you like.
So this is actually the first opportunity you can take out. It's actually the first opportunity you can take out a gang leader. Well, this first opportunity you see a gang leader, but you can't actually take him out. In later games, you can actually take out, like, in later areas, you can actually take out the target easy. It's just, it's impossible to chase down Kraylock, at least as far as I understand. So, unfortunately, you will have to, need resupplies. Go to a shop. There is a shop here. Unfortunately, you can't kill Kraylock early. It's scripted as part of the main story. You'll always get away. Like, even if you try and like climb to the rooftop, he won't be there. Believe me, I tried. This game, honestly, after just finishing Saints Row 1 not too long ago, it actually kind of reminds me a little bit of also buy a treasure map. It honestly kind of reminds me a little bit of Saints Row with the gangs thing. Need more money for the tour guide and for the Book of Flowers.
You have excellent taste.
Should be able to get that easily. Don't press the wrong buttons. Let's go to Sir Adelaide. See all the new stuff here. Again, we're saving the collectibles for after the thing. Is there a way for me to open the wheel? Let's see, free aim, rope launcher. Quick tool use. Rook management. Medicine tool selector. Oh, just alright. Better have throwing knives on.
I don't see Mr. Aberline.
Well, we tried.
I may know a thing or two about that splendid fellow you're talking about.
What's this?
Are you trying to blow the gaff? What?
Sergeant Aberline, at your service. I presume you're the Fry twins Green mentioned.
I was expecting you to be a policeman.
I was expecting you to be discreet.
Henry Green said that you could help us go unnoticed.
This is how it will work. I will give you the names of criminal gang members. You will bring them back to me. Quietly.
Oh, we'll be as quiet as an old lady. A very hairy, strange old lady that looks a lot like a policeman.
Again, like I love the humor in this game. I probably like the.
You do. Try to remain within the bounds of the law. For my sake.
Probably the only person that. Probably the only person that actually likes that, but I do.
Suspect, to say the least. Another boy, no one's taken you to medical college yet. Somebody stop this kid!
This close, we're coming over here.
Somebody stop this kid! Get off me! Piss off! Oi!
Shut your gob. Meet my blade.
What is it that you think I've done?
Collecting rent from people who don't owe you a shilling.
Yeah, me and half the richies in this bloody city. You gonna kidnap them too?
Maybe, but I'm starting with you. Not a peep from you.
What's all the rockets?
No, the only optional objective for these are to bring them back alive. You can actually kill them in later things, but you get the better reward for bringing them alive.
Make a sound and it'll be your last.
Quite odd. I wonder what that's about.
I'd rather not hurt you. Don't think I won't. It would be wise to keep quiet. Doing fine, girl.
Dude, really?
Who's a good horse? You are. Doing fine, girl.
Hopefully, because I knocked him out, I hope that doesn't mean I killed him. I don't think it will, because when I think knock out, I mean knocked unconscious or still alive.
Let's go. Walk on, girl.
We'd be glad to see
There you go.
behind bars.
That was right.
Thank you.
We just have one more left. Let's go ahead and do this Templar hunt. I select this. There you go.
How many crates do we have left to distribute?
Only about a dozen, sir.
Excellent. Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
No bobbies in sight.
Good. Distribute the dynamite then, and carefully.
Very good, sir.
We want this to come into the blighters' hands without harm. No mishap.
Fill the target with a crate of dynamite. How do I get in there?
Only about a dozen, sir.
Excellent. Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
No bobbies in sight.
Good. Distribute the dynamite then, and carefully.
Very good, sir.
We want this to come into the blighters' hands without harm. No mishaps.
What? What? I'm confused. What'd I do? I know the crate blew me up, but still. That was an accident. Yeah, let's try this again.
Watch yourself, or I'll be on you in a flash!
How many crates do we have left to distribute?
I think... That's the last mistake you'll ever make!
Excellent. Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
No bobbies in sight.
Good. Distribute the dynamite then, and carefully.
Very good, sir.
We want this to come into the blighters' hands without harm. No mishaps.
And I'm just gonna wait until he goes back to that area.
Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
No bobbies in sight.
Good. Distribute the dynamite then, and carefully.
Very good, sir.
We want this to come into the blighters' hands without harm. No mishaps.
Ah, dang it. Thought I could have a last sign on him, but I guess not.
How many crates do we have left to distribute?
Only about a dozen, sir.
Excellent. Soon all of London's blighters will be armed to the teeth.
I think the boy.
What's he doing here?
Distribute the dynamite and carefully.
Strange man hiding out.
We want this to come into the blighters' hands without harm. No mishaps.
Yeah, hopefully this farther away. And leave the area. That wasn't that bad. And now Gang Conquest is available. Confront Rexford Kaylock.
Ah, there you are. All that stands between you and Whitechapel is the villain controlling the borough. Kaylock has demanded you settle the claim for territory in a gang fight.
His loss?
Yeah. I'm sure he can put this to better use than I can.
Oh, what's this, Greenie? Assassin Christmas?
Gather your allies.
My back is really hurting. So by the end of this playthrough, we will own all of these gear items. Some of this stuff we need to craft, and some of the stuff is obviously locked by levels and progression. But we will be buying and owning everything.
Mr. Rexford Kaylock has agreed to your terms and waits for you at the Whitechapel train station. He's bet his train on the fight.
No Kaylock.
No matter.
Attack!
Thought I was supposed to do a free running thing. And there we go. If you're running low on stop. You can say if you're running low on health, you can drop off the end of the train. I just thought I could be able to beat him. Oh, this will give me more time to be used to combat. There is a way to cheese this fight. It's just I didn't want to use that strategy like I did in my first playthrough of this game. But there is a way to cheese it if it has been patched. And I was just waiting here until we can regenerate. This is like the easiest way to cheese this fight. You can't regenerate health when you're in combat, so if you find yourself in trouble, just drop off the ledge. And now we're just regenerating health again. Really like the easiest way to cheese this fight. If it would regenerate. Not regenerating.
Grab him! Stop while you can!
Okay, there we go, we're out of combat.
I won't get a clearer shot. I'll enjoy this.
God dang it. They must have patched it since I first tried that. I used that trick on my very first playthrough of this game, like right as that thing came out. They must have patched it, it no longer works. They must have patched it. That sucks. We just had to be better. We just had to be better. Really test your skills with combat this part.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Okay. Just regenerate health a little bit. At least this part works. Maybe you're supposed to drop down to the ground. Or use your pistol, that works too. I didn't think to do that in my first playthrough. I was trying to fight him legit.
It appears to be broken.
Oh well, at least we have a train now. It's not all bad.
Is dead. Whitechapel is no longer in the hands of the Blighters.
You now have the chance to join our ranks. We welcome all who would stand up to Starrick and his cutthroats.
Welcome to the Rooks.
Ah, you bastard. I'd rather throw myself to the tracks than run Bertha another mile for that doty ball-bag.
Kaylock? He's left the station.
Mel. Hello, fancy pants. And who might you
I'm
two
Evie
be?
Fry, and this is my brother, Jacob Fry.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Agnes McBean.
A delight.
I thought I was getting a promotion. I suppose I'm out of work now.
Come work for us instead.
I won't bile your heat.
You pay better than scraps?
I'm sure we can at least match that.
Then may I present to you Agnes and Bertha, lady and locomotive, at your service. I'll be in the next car.
A hideout on the rails. What an excellent idea.
Yes, it all worked out rather well. Now, I would like to follow up a lead on... Jacob?
How's that glitch not been patched?
I'm not doing anything until this gets fixed.
I believe I know someone who can help with that.
I knew you would, Greenie.
How has that glitch not been patched? This game has been out for what? I think it's been out since 2015. So it's been 9 years since this game came out and they haven't patched it? Are you serious?
You know, a mite of money goes a mickle bit in this city. Think of the power of good you can do with the purse you bring. You talk of a store in London. Well, now's your chance. That there map shows who to speak to. Old friends, if you will. Give 'em a whiff of that sterling, and maybe you can save us all from having to lay down our knife and fork before we're ready.
I don't understand how this game has been out as long as it has. And the freaking Ubisoft hasn't patched a glitch that's been around since launch. I don't get that. I don't get that at all.
Now, enough shop talk. Believe Mr. Green said there was someone he wanted you to meet?
Freedom of the press, and this is Robert Topping. Worry about that later. What's this? Usha's vault. I don't know if we can get everything right now, but we can try. Go ahead and try and get as much of this stuff we can get. There's gonna be some stuff that we be able to get until we actually let's go and get the line launcher now. Oh. 32 entries. Probably like Ubisoft games like to pile them up. I was kind of lucky that that Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon didn't have that much entries to go over. But then again, it really gets far in that game. Let's actually take a look at the progression log and progress tracker. 100% sync there, 100% sync there. Almost to 100% sync on this memory. There are 4, 8, 9 sequences in this game. And how many districts? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 districts. So we're on sequence 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we will need to clear out 2 districts before we can move on with the story. Actually, no. Yeah, we can clear 2 districts before we move on with the story. But I do want to clear out Whitechapel first. So after we complete this optional, this mission, then we're going to be Once we, I was gonna say, once we once we complete this mission, we're gonna be clearing out Whitechapel. Before we do that, I want to see if we can get some more skills. Just take a look at the skills we have available. I think I want to get... Nah. Do I want to get that now? Maybe counter boost would be a good one. Says execute. That could be good. I know I don't have like any now, but oh, that could be a really good ability to have. Just looking to see what's available. I think I do want to get an upgraded Eagle Vision next, or maybe Driver or Defense. Defense would be good. Defense would be good. That's what I'm gonna go for next. That'll help me survive in combat more. Oh god, we're gonna get a collectible here. Actually, we don't need to get collectible here. We can just drop down. Ignoring the music box for now, we're not going to worry about collectibles in this district yet. Just want to get this upgraded gear item first, before we backtrack.
Oh, blast them.
Alec, whatever is the matter?
I have been intercepting nothing but poppycock propaganda about soothing syrup and whatnot. No, I swear to high heavens, if Starrick's monopoly continues...
Alec, I beg your pardon. These are friends of mine. Evie Fry and her brother, Jacob.
Oh, Alexander Graham Bell.
Linguist, inventor, and technical expert. Alec, I have something of a favor to ask you.
Can you fix this?
Oh, looks like the casing is cracked. Oh, comes apart. I see. Could have used one of these to fit my fuses on top of Big Ben.
Alec is installing a new telegraph line for our Free Press Association.
To combat the Static Telegraph Company. Now, if I can mend the fuses connecting independent lines from Big Ben, Static will be weakened. Only we are somewhat at a handicap. And, yeah. Oh, I've removed the mechanism so it may work with your bracer.
I'll put it to use immediately.
Jacob, wait. Mr. Bell, allow me to help you with your fuses.
Oh, you will not find me too proud to accept Miss Fry. Oh, we can use my carriage if you'd be so good as to hold the reins, though.
I'll take that.
I can help you.
Oh my god. Love Jacob so much. Just take a look at his skills. Evie's been neglected. Dude, I fucking hate this fucking kid. He's inviting me to play PC Minecraft every single day, and it's freaking annoying. I don't want to play freaking Minecraft with you, just chill. I don't know why he keeps on inviting me. Oh, that's a good one. Wonder if I had that skill for Jacob. I have another cane sword. I have that. I don't have the money for it. I have you. That'll work. Get the hardened leather gauntlet. Honestly, kind of like that. Just kind of like steampunk-esque. Need to progress further in the story for that one. This is something that's available. We need to buy it. We don't have the money for it. It's all locked. I don't like that one. Take a look at Evie's outfit. It's the first time that we are taking a look at that. These great items, mission war, can't see that. Defender's garb. That looks so cool. Holy shit. Master Assassin, that also looks good. Lady Melwin skin. I'm a big fan of the white and purple. Another outfit we can't see yet. It needs to be crafted. Oh my god, I can dress as Elise. Aveline, nice. That's great liberation. Zhao Jun, that's from. Oh my god, that outfit looks so good. Zhao Jun is the protagonist from Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. Nighthawk outfit. I have no idea what this is from. Oh my fucking god. That looks so good. Dude, is it... Oh my god. Can I not rotate the camera? That looks so good, but look at the freaking... Get the bonuses for that. Like, I feel like that would be pay to win at this point. I think this is unlocked because of I think this is because of the bloody the Jack the Ripper DLC. Jacob had a similar skin as well. We don't really have like any things. Guess we're stuck with the default. I don't want to use like any of the DLC or skins.
You really are.
So, Mr. Bell, what inventions are you concocting?
I intend to develop a phonetic telegraph that does not just convey dots and dashes, Miss Fry, but the human voice.
Phonetic telegraph? Sounds a bit of a mouthful. You could just call it a telephone.
Telephone? How bizarre. Anyway, as I was saying earlier, the press has become entirely dependent on the Starrick Telegraph Company.
Which is why Mr. Green has asked you to set up a free line.
Yes. What is more, other small independent companies have had their lines sabotaged, and they have little means of finding any broken fuses, which are...
To be found on top of Big Ben.
Correct. Especially as one needs a special government pass to get through the guards.
They will not be a problem. I'll repair the fuses. Easy. Huh.
Okay, install.
Lovely view.
And there we go. Just have one more left.
All set.
I love the zipline. A lot of people actually kind of dislike the zipline in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Again, probably but the outlier that actually kind of likes zipline in this game. Honestly, this has been actually a pretty fun mission.
That should do it.
And we got it. Just trying to get back to it the same way I went there in the first place. Because I don't think I can handle getting in a fight with those royal guards. Almost there. Now, on our way back to Big Ben, let's go to the top and synchronize. And, then we'll go ahead and do a leap of faith. It's just so cool to me that you can scale Big Ben. I wonder how accurate this depiction of Big Ben is in comparison to real life. I don't know where the... Yes, that tells me.
Thank you very much, Miss Fry. I will now be able to continue with the installation of the new line.
If there's anything else I can do to help.
Certainly. Please do come and visit. Oh, I was toying with this device and have noted down the formula for you. It's not perfect yet, but by golly, it works.
Maybe a little too well. Whoa!
I will deal with you myself. Don't make me come over there.
Realize I could just be jacking the car, but I can. Evie needs to work out. She's been putting on a little weight. I said that's a joke. I have the actual objective done. Now we can just loot the components. And you're dead. Crafting. Craft new gear and tool upgrades and inventory menu. I can figure out that. Gonna get smoke bomb upgrade. That's a good throwing knife upgrade as well. I'll save my money for now. Oh, I do need to craft a throwing knife upgrade.
I'm coming over and teaching you a bloody lesson.
Reach Spells Workshop. Will do.
Miss Fry. I was just showing Jacob the first message was received via the mended lines. Oh, you can keep the rope launcher, by the way. We've managed to procure another one for your brother. Excellent work. Thank you, again.
You're very welcome, Mr. Bell.
We can now defend the principle of impartial news and free speech.
Free is fair, but free and brief is far better.
Ha ha! Ah, Fry, such caustic wit.
And on that note, we must depart.
Oh, good fortune to you both. Call on me, anytime.
%, sync. Got the outdoorsman outfit for Jacob.
Now that we've finished with that distraction...
Who is that? Oh, you mean you don't know?
Beautiful train you got here. Miss McBean was just telling me all about her. Name's Ned.
How do you do?
I won't take up more of your time. If you want to learn a thing or two about the finest transit systems in the world, you can find me at this address.
Let us return to locating the Piece of Eden.
We need to reclaim London from Starrick. Who are my targets?
It's not time for that yet.
I didn't come to London to hunt curios.
First understand the dance, only then become the dancer.
Oh, so you're taking over where Father left off.
Someone has to.
Evie, finding the precursor artifact will give us an insight into what the Templars intend. Jacob, I have information about Starrick's associates that should be of use to you. Here.
Conquer London. So we have the assassination wall. We have the expand territory. I mean, you guys to complete the associated activities to earn money, collecting resources. And I can't. Okay, fine.
This soothing syrup has become the only medicine available in Lambeth. It bears the Templar Grandmaster's name.
About time for a visit to the doctor.
I don't see that cure arriving anytime soon.
And what exactly will you be doing, might I ask?
You know very well. Tracking down the Piece of Eden.
Enjoy your studies. I'll be out killing Templars.
Please don't make it. Okay, good. Just give me the option. So we have another mission at Bell. We have a mission over. Okay, we also have a mission at the train hideout. Let's go ahead and put a pause on that actually, and go to Whitechapel. Probably gonna take out the remainder of the stream, but I'm gonna be perfectly honest here. But now that we have that outdoorsman outfit, a mosquito bite on my leg that's really itchy. I want to equip a different outfit for Jacob because he kind of looks a little bit ragged. Let's see how the outdoorsman looks like. What the outdoorsman outfit looks like on him. Ah, you suck. $37 new database entries. Holy shit, they just keep on piling up. And we're using the outdoorsman outfit for a little bit. Decrease detection speed by 50%. I really don't care about the bonuses unless it's really egregious. But I like look at this, like all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's nice, but I still want to see myself using it. I do want to take a look at this. So, it's Dr. Daniel's garments and Elizabeth, Evie had a different outfit. I think this is related to Jack the Ripper DLC. Got 5 skills. What do I want to get? I want to get... Oh, we don't actually have... Wait, do we? Oh, this is a given. That'll be helpful. Defense is what I was thinking of. God, I didn't, it's my points. This needs another 2 points. What else do I want? I can only really get 1 item. We can get Scavenger, or we can get Slayer. I'm gonna get Slayer, that'll be more helpful to me. I should hold off on getting gang upgrades for now. And let's go on and get working on the collectibles. How do I get in there? Oh, it's up on the roof. That makes sense. That belt's rough and tumble. Let's go ahead and... I want to see how much the shop requires for the other 2 maps we need.
Bloody old city.
London tour guide is 5,000. Book of flowers 5,000. We need 10,000 total.
If you change your mind, you know where to find me.
Yeah, let's get looking. Gonna kind of circle up and go around about that area. I think one of the main common critiques about this game is a lot of fans would rather have you climb up buildings rather than to use a zip line to essentially to make it easier on yourself. I understand that criticism kind of well, and there are times when I do kind of wish that I could actually do that. But at the same time, it is still a little bit satisfying to be able to take massive shortcuts, and it kind of makes traversal a little bit faster. But again, I do understand why they chose to do that, or why people criticize the game for that reason.
Can anyone help me out? Oh. Not bad.
And another one down.
Fine. Fine.
This collectible, by the way, would not appear on the map normally. It would only appear on the map if you buy a map thing from get that was called the store, the e-store. The 32 music boxes, holy shit. Like Saints Row, Assassin's Creed Saints Row, what always kind of felt like to me, what it feels like to me. It's the only gangs. It's the only difference between this game and like Saints Row is our gangs are green, and also we don't use guns. We use some guns, but. And let's go ahead and grab this up, pick this up. That's what I want you to do, Jacob. They shut down the service. I was wondering what that did. I guess I'll never know. That says another thing. Can I collect this one? There you go. To collect that one, I just couldn't collect the social glitch.
Mr. Fry, how's your sister? Wait!
All right there, Mr. Fry.
You lose evil vision. One's there. The other's on the second floor.
Back again, Jacob. Glad to see you.
We need to go up one more floor. Eight of 25 in Whitechapel. Go and grab the secrets of London. Currently has 7,300 money. So we almost have enough to buy both of those maps. Not what I want you to do, but okay. My question is, how the heck is no one to pick this stuff up and just on the loot, assuming it's been here for ages? And how is it not like received any weather damage? And we currently have about an hour left in the stream before I'm gonna have to wrap things up. See how much we can get done. May actually end it off early, if depending on where we Dude, stop! I'm holding right trigger and I'm pressing forward. Where is this? Oh, it's up there. Currently have 7,999 money. I would love to be able to travel to London in real life. I feel like that's kind of like a city that's kind of on my bucket list. A city I'd like to visit before I die. I don't know if we're too young to be talking about a bucket list, but still. I'd like to be able to travel and like explore and go to like different like historical cities and landscapes and all this kind of stuff. I feel like that'd be kind of a cool experience. Then I'm really kind of stuck to my own hometown of so-and-so, California.
Maybe you'll settle down. Oh, rip your guts out.
Try not to divulge what city I live in, because I don't want to like have that be a problem like somewhere down the line. I mentioned my university, where that's located, but I don't really have a problem with that because I don't live in the town where my university is. Back is really hurting me. Ow. It's just so stiff. Sitting in the same position for hours. Every single time I lean back, like it just feels better than I lean forward again. Okay, there we go. I think I get this one by ziplining up. Yep. Okay, we almost have enough. We almost have enough. Just do one more chest. And let's go ahead and go to the store. We will buy those other two maps. And we'll probably backtrack because I guarantee you I missed some stuff in the other areas.
Relax, mate.
Treasure maps. London tour guide. And book of flowers.
Excellent choice.
And now we are broke. So I was right that we did miss something over here, but honestly not that much. There are 3 flowers here. One's here. One's there. Okay, so all the flowers are on the left side of the map. So we really only missed one collectible, which isn't that bad. Yeah, he's going too far away. I'll just ignore him. There is an achievement, I think, for doing like 10 crowd events. So we'll get it eventually. I'm not really too worried about that. One thing I will say is, as I mentioned before, like earlier in this stream, I've beaten this game, but I never 100%ed it. And the last thing that I tried to do when I was first played this game, like on PS4, is after I beat the game, I tried to go back and 100% it, like a couple months later after I beat it. And there are a set of missions unlocked by a certain historical figure that unlock after you beat the game and meet her. And I tried to do one of those missions, and I found out that it was really difficult for me, and I just couldn't finish first one. I can't remember exactly what happened. Like, I don't know if I wasn't used to the combat or something, but something happened that caused me to like realize that I'm not really that good or whatever. Like, I was really struggling with it. I kind of remember something. And I think it may involve a train. But I could very well be wrong. But there was something about that, there's something about that, mission that I was struggling with. I don't know if it's the enemy types or the enemy variants or even the enemy levels. I definitely think that I was max level by then, but I don't know. I honestly kind of wish I could just go back in time sometimes or just really kind of understand what the mindset I was at when I was younger and honestly kind of dumb. Because I did so much stupid shit when I was a kid. Like, sometimes it was just like for attention, but in relation to games, like there were so many moments, especially like in doing this channel, where I found out, where I beat something that I could never beat as a kid, and this happens a lot. And I say kid liberally, but it's really like younger than where I am is pretty much what I'm being to my kid in this context. But there's so many moments when I was able to get past the part I was stuck at when I was younger, and so many moments where I essentially realized that the part that I was stuck at was actually a really easy part, and I just didn't really give the game a chance or whatever. There's so many moments like that. It's just, I kind of wish I could just go back and just understand the mindset I was when I was younger, when I was just gave up way too fast when I got stuck with the game. It's just, So, there's so many games in my past that I feel like I could have beaten if I just stayed with it and just kept on trying. It's even more so with games on 100% because there's so many games I had plans on 100%ing, but there's only a few of them I actually did. Back is really hurting. And like lean back and put pressure on my back. What is this? St. Mary Macfellin? Yes, yes, yes. We'll go and we'll do the train save. Just to get you to stop popping up. Pretty sure everyone has done something like this, just run around in circles.
The train's ours now. May as well make ourselves at home.
Here's save. 1,100 from that. Oh god, I need to stand up. I need to stand up. My back. Ow. Oh god, my back. I just popped my back 3 times. Oh god, it still hurts. Oh god, it still hurts. Oh god. There is an achievement that I can get. Huh? Oh, it's 20 crowd miss, I'm sorry. When did I progress this? Oh, must have been when I was fighting, Greylock or whatever his name is. There is a really funny achievement that I realize I have a chance of getting. We need to do it 5 times. This is probably the funniest achievement I've ever seen, but we'll worry about this later. I thought it was just like do it once. The reason why I'm hesitant to do it now is because I don't want to have to deal with the cops. Because they can't overwhelm you. They're actually kind of more lethal, in my opinion, than the gangs. Because they just chase after you. They just will come after you endlessly. And even if you go to the roof, they will somehow find their way on top of the roof and chase you down. The cops are more dangerous than the gangs are, which is just funny to me. But I'd rather not, like, deal with that and possibly, like, get wanted by the police until after I, get stronger.
And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Mr. Jones came to see me the day before he died. I knew his days were... His death was untimely and perhaps avoidable. Mr. Jones died repenting his sins. He held firm in his belief and will...
Pressed flower over there. And now on to a vintage beer bottle. What I really like about these is I did actually read the vintage beer bottle description in my earlier playthrough on this version of the game, on the Xbox version. And it's actually really funny because Sean Hastings actually tastes like this version of beer. And he often has some really funny reactions to it. 46 new entries, Jesus. Just got hit by a horse. And pick the lock. This gets, so color's green. Don't know if I will use that. I honestly don't really like green too much as a color. I kind of prefer red or black. You were being dumb, and you died for it. Okay, and moving on. I think I am gonna be ending the stream because I got like 48 entries I have to read after this stream is over. So I think I am going to end the stream a little bit after I could get all the collectibles. Hopefully, like this next Sunday stream won't be as egregious. The word I would use. We're not gonna be ending the stream immediately after I get the next collectible. We're probably gonna do some gang upgrades first. Come on want to upgrade the gang, but there is an achievement for unlocking, getting all the gang upgrades. But I also kind of want to get some crafting done as well. Almost have all the chests. Hey, where is this beer? I think it's over here. Is it in the bar? It's in the bar. Beer bottle cleared. We almost have everything. I love how these guards are just so stupid. They think they can pick a fight with me and win. Like, they need more than one person to stand a chance against me. They need at least 20, and then I'll probably, maybe like 10. Then I'll maybe have an issue. Let's go ahead and grab this Helix glitch. Okay, I actually could. I thought I had to drop down on it. I couldn't tell. There is a mission that I was just kind of reminded of, actually it's kind of early on. I think it may be a Charles Dickens mission, but there's a mission that kind of has you like kind of... For those curious, Charles Dickens' quests are essentially all dealing with the supernatural. I think it's actually a historical fact that he was like an occultist in real life, like he was fascinated with the supernatural like as a narrative concept, I believe. And his quest line is essentially like his later quest line is just like investigating like haunted houses and essentially trying to find the truth behind them. But his earlier quest, there's an early quest that he has that kind of has you investigate essentially like a cult, like a supernatural inspired cult. And I was just kind of reminded like the final enemy that you face on that actually gave me a lot of trouble. I just realized that sooner or later I'm going to fight that guy again. Hopefully I have an easier time now. I like to think I'm more of an experienced gamer now than I was back then. I died so many times with that enemy and that quest, and people familiar with this game may know what quest I'm talking about, but it's like a fight club. It is a fight club. There are achievements there is an achievement for beating like all 3 fight clubs in this game. I won't be touching the fight clubs until I unlock them, like when we get to them, but we're gonna do them when we unlock them, is what I meant to say, but we don't have them unlocked yet. And we almost have everything. I'll grab this chest, and this animus fragment. Another criticism that I heard about this game is this game actually has a lot of historical figures. It's interwoven into the story, and apparently a lot of people kind of had a problem with that. And that's one of the few criticisms that I heard. That's one of the many criticisms that I heard, I should say. One of the few people there's only a few people that I heard have a problem with that. I swear to God, like there's always, every single Assassin's Creed game, there's always a historical figure. And people just didn't really have a problem with it, but I guess people just had a problem with the fact that there's too many historical figures in this game. And you haven't even met all of them at this point in the story. But that's another common criticism I heard, is a lot of people have a problem with the plethora of historical figures. Personally, I think they're kind of interesting, at least one I met. That's fun. I haven't interacted with everyone, even in my playthrough on the PS4. I will eventually. There we go, I finally got it. Because that should be this district cleared. Yep, this area is 100%ed. So let us fast travel back to the train. If it may be, here it is. We'll go ahead and put in our new skills. We should have a few, and we'll see if we can get some gang upgrades. We're not gonna spend like all of our money on that. We may, I'm just probably gonna need money for thing, but we'll spend a little bit for the treasure map, I mean. 7,200. What can we get? That could be good. What our options are. Black market affiliations. That's good, but it'll take everything that I have. But that's actually a good thing to have. Just increase the profits. That's also good. I don't know if I want to spend that much. I get that. Could just buy that, but I don't want to yet. I think it's actually all I'm willing to spend. Go ahead and go into our inventory a little bit, and I think we can. You're still using level 1 steps. Go ahead and equip by name Jacob with better things. I kind of like using the kukri. They're all about the same, so it's just going for style. Honestly, I kind of like the ceremonial kukri best. Level 7, level 2, level 3, level 3. They'll offer the same stats, so again, we're going by style. I kind of like the swab belt so far. Get the swab belt. What's this? Level 3 as well, noble. This is a craftable thing, but we need to be level 4 for it. Don't like that green. The thing I want to do is get gear upgrades. Cost. Bullet pouch. Bomb pouch. Just gonna go ahead and upgrade my medicine capacity. That'll be helpful for us later. And I think that's all I'm willing to spend. Let's go into skills. 1 skill point. We can't get anything I want. So I think that's gonna do it for today. Let me just check gear a little bit. We'll worry about this later, actually, because all the stuff we have available is level 4 and beyond. So that's gonna do it for today. If you're remotely interested in what I see today, all the games I cover on my channel will be for 100% completion. I'm gonna be streaming Assassin's Creed Syndicate yet again next Sunday, 1 p.m. to 5 Pacific Standard Time. I'm gonna be streaming Sim Street Patch to 100% completion on Fridays, 1 p.m. to 5 Pacific Standard Time. And I'm gonna be streaming Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon for 100% completion on Saturdays, 1 p.m. to 5 Pacific Standard Time. Thank you guys for watching, and before I do that, I almost forgot. If you're interested in games you play for 100% completion, know that not only go for 100% in-game statistic, but 100% in achievements as well. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Hello everyone, my name is Zach, and welcome to another post-stream session where I go over all the new entries for the database. It's not really another post-stream session, it's our first post-stream session of this series, but we have done many of them in the past. For similar games in the past. We actually kind of have a lot of new stuff to take care of. I accidentally opened up Rupert Ferris's bio in the main story, so this is his bio, target bio, date of birth 15 August 1830, really a day after I was born. I wasn't born in 1830, I was born in 1996, but I was born on August 14th, and he was born on August 15th, so that's kind of funny. Born to aging parents whose attempt to revitalize their failing marriage with another child ended in divorce shortly thereafter. Rupert Ferris made no significant impact on the history books in any way for nearly a half century. But then neither have you, so shut up. Wow, I feel called out now. Ferris only services as a newly minted owner of a middling iron factory called the Bow Rail Works, which he proudly redubbed Ferris Iron Works. Police records indicate that several employees of said factory died of exhaustion, although it may have been consumption, both because the handwriting is tough to make out and because mostly everyone died of consumption or dysentery. Consumption was more fashionable. Regardless, employees died due to maltreatment. As the decade continued, the average age of Ferris's employees got younger, a reliable remedy for both exhaustion and consumption. Derek purchased the ironworks in 1862, enfolding it into his vast empire, and Ferris became a wealthy man. And what did he do with his tuppence, you might ask? Ferris is on the books both of a wealthy charitable society in nearby Croydon and the local brothel. Apparently his other favorite cause. Which one he merely paid lip service to, we can guess, but may never know for certain. By the way, lip service was actually available. Nice, Sean. David Brewster, target bio, date of birth 11 December 1781, born of the third of 6 children, the tastiest bit of a large family sandwich to God-fearing Scottish Presbyterians who make really bland sandwiches. But David Brewster was destined, I'm apparently dyslexic again, to orbit greatness like the space station orbits the Earth or Europe orbits Britain. At the age of 12, he was sent to the University of Edinburgh to, I think that's actually pronounced Edinburgh, to join the clergy, which is today what we do with 12-year-olds today, post them to Scotland, so they'll stop annoying us. There are some weird pronunciations that you wouldn't really think one of the things that we wouldn't really think of would be pronounced that way if you're from America, and one of those things is Europe's Worcestershire thing, which is kind of where the comes from, where the Worcester sauce comes from. At least is what I understand from playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla, so American education modeled by video games. But it's just one of those things that I didn't actually find out, because you would think it's be pronounced Worcestershire or something like that because of how it's spelled. But apparently, according to my instructors at Chico State University, it's pronounced Worcestershire. So that kind of threw me off. So I think Edinburgh is actually pronounced Edinburgh. Could be wrong though. But at the age of 12, we were sent to the University of Edinburgh to join the clergy, which is exactly what we do with 12-year-olds today. Because in Scotland, so they'll stop annoying us. But his congregation would have to wait. Brewster became fascinated by optics and was persuaded to continue studying the diffraction of light, touching on such exciting topics as reflection and refraction. And are you still awake? Brewster quickly moved on to the laws of metallic absorption. Oh, you're nodding off. Well, long story short, he invented the kaleidoscope. That's fun, isn't it? Unfortunately, he didn't patented it quickly enough, and although it sold like gangbusters, he made very little money. After he partnered with like-minded clergymen to start a scientific magazine, the Edinburgh Journal of Science, and was knighted by the Queen. That's impressive. He came out as a very vocal opponent of evolutionary theory, which just goes to show you that the clergyman who invented the kaleidoscope can't always get it right. Fun fact, Elton John, I believe, was knighted by the Queen as well. I honestly feel like that would be like that's the highest honor that someone could attain. Like an old man still paying for dial-up internet access even though he's connected to a cable modem, Sir David seems to have been built for a different that of Galileo. Although maybe not even, after all, he did invent a telescope that looks precisely nowhere. And we have Lucy Thorne. Year of birth 8 August 1837. Lucy Thorne was born middle class in London. Her father was a successful but stuffy tea merchant. Her mother was well educated and the daughter of a minor noble house. She liked the good things in life and grew up among relative luxury. However, increasing family debt would become a problem in her adulthood. Lucy was clever and quick as a child. Her mother educated her in all the qualities that should have ensured her a successful marriage, but Lucy decided instead to immerse herself in books. She branched out into the study of obscure religious knowledge, into magic and occult philosophy. All really useful stuff in a marriage. In Lucy's teens, her father struggled to run his business and pay for his family's needs. Lucy's home life went downhill quickly as less money came in and more went to pay debts. She was encouraged to find a husband who could provide for her. Instead, she took on work as a shop girl in her father's business, gradually taking on more of the management. In her spare time, she grew more and more taken with occult philosophy and supposed magical objects such as the Shroud of Turin. She collected rare manuscripts, overspending on auctions of rare papers. When she outbid Crawford Sterrick at an auction, he tracked her down and attempted to buy the papers. Lucy wouldn't sell, but her enthusiasm for the topic appealed to Sterrick, and he quickly introduced her to the Templar Order, where she became his second in command, so her parents needn't have worried. It all worked out wonderfully. Oh. Bounty Hunt. I think that's actually kind of a mistake because it kind of goes over like locations we already went to. Here it is, Homer Dalton. The taxman briefing. Homer grew up in high society but fell from grace where his father was implicated in a political scandal. Learning to live at street level in the East End, he gets his income by squeezing it from those who need it most. So location, blah blah blah, the maze of Whitechapel, additional notes wanted for illegal collection of property taxes. There's a lot of child mills, that's kind of sad. Radcliffe Mill, sawmill, briefing, embracing steam power brought new life to Radcliffe, which moved from the countryside into the heart of London in the early 19th century. More recently, the factory has gained a sour reputation for forcing its laborers to remain well past reasonable working hours, as well as for failing to provide proper wages. Optional constraints do not trigger alarm. Gang Stronghold. Spitalfields. After a decline in the silk industry, Spitalfields degenerated from merchant dwellings into a slum. Now it acts as the headquarters to Kaylock's division of London's most notorious gangs, the Blighters. Templar Hunt. Harold Drake. Harold Drake was formally invited into the Templar Order because of his prowess in the trade of illegal goods, animal skins, jewels, drugs. Valuable source of underground information and secret wealth. He, with the Order's permission, operates a black market deep in the heart of Whitechapel. This market has become a hub for the exchange of illegal goods. Plus, the exit kill target with the great dynamite. We actually did. And Gang War. Whitechapel. Fight Kalok's gang, blah blah blah. Rexford Kalok, a child of Whitechapel. Kalok knows every nook and cranny of the borough, giving him a significant strategic advantage. Cunning and charismatic, he likes to play with his foes before launching an attack from above. We have a lot to read. Holy shit. Date of birth 5 January 1815. Daughter to a homemaker and an ironworker. Agnes McBean was born in Garnkirk, Scotland. The eldest of 6, Agnes quickly grew into a robust, outspoken character, bossing her younger siblings about and giving her parents a run for their money. In 1831, Scotland began construction of its very own rail system, the Garnkirk and Glasgow lines. Her father, Mungo McBean, being an expert in the field, was sent to work in the rail yards. Aspiring to be more like her father, Agnes learned what she could about trains and how they worked and hoped to one day follow in Mungo's footsteps. 2 years later, Agnes had her chance. Mungo's sudden ill health coincided with the merging of the Scottish and English rail lines, though it would take an imaginative conspiracy theorist to link the two. And Agnes, for the benefit of her family, took her father's place inside the locomotive. More unusually, however, and to speed the transition, she took on his identity as well. 2 years later, following an incident, Agnes was discovered to be a woman and in punishment transferred to Steric Industries. There, she was placed under the employment of the cruel Whitechapel gang leader Rexford Kalok and her trained in his illegal service. In 1868, her train dubbed Bertha was hijacked by assassin twins Jacob and E.B. Fry. Bargaining with them for their assistance and getting better work conditions for her and her peers, she offered her services. Alexander Graham Bell, date of birth 3 March 1847. From the day he was born in Edinburgh, Scotland, sound and communication were very important in Alexander Graham Bell's life. His father was a highly respected speech therapist and elocutionist. Elocutionist. I was going to say, I didn't know that electrocution was a profession. And at the age of 12, young Alec's mother lost her hearing. His father developed a phonetic alphabet aimed at teaching the deaf to speak, while Alec himself learned to communicate with his mother by speaking into the side of her head so she could feel the vibrations of his voice. Rebecca does something similar whenever I tried to block her out. The other thing that defined Alec's life was his natural inventiveness. At the time he was a teenager, Bell had already created a system for dehusking wheat, and I suppose we all do crazy things when we're a teenager. Plus, with the help of his brothers Melville and Edward, he developed an automaton that could speak by blowing air from a bellows while manipulating the machine's lips. The Bell boys were able to get the machine to articulate crude words like mama, and you thought ventriloquism must have to sit through. Bell's genius was such that he was hired as a pupil teacher of elocution and music at Weston House in Scotland. What the heck is elocution? I'm actually going to look this up now. It's been bothering me. What is elocution? The skill of clear and expressive speech, especially of distinct pronunciation and articulation. Huh. Where am I? His family moved to London around the same time. Alec would join them in 1867 after Edward died of tuberculosis. Same thing that Arthur Morgan died of. Spoiler alert for Red Dead Redemption 2. Sorry. While in London, Alec attended the University of London and worked for his father. I guess he didn't really die of tuberculosis. Never mind. I was wrong. Alec attended the University of London and worked for his father, providing speech therapy and teaching his father's phonetic alphabet to the deaf. And it seems crafting 90 gadgets for a pair of assassins. Oh, nifty. I was gonna say, you made like 90 gadgets for the assassins? It's nifty. History has managed to document that creepy, bloody automaton, but there's not a word about his interaction with Jacob and E.B. Fry, as it should be. Anyway, Alec and his parents moved to Canada in 1870 after Melville, like his brother, succumbed to tuberculosis. Alec himself was showing symptoms of the disease, but thankfully for all of humankind, he recovered and would go on to invent, among other things, a dumb version of the smartphone. Bell passed away the 2nd of August, 1922, at the age of 75, when his body was interred into the earth 2 days later. Phone traffic was shut down for a minute in his honor. If people weren't crying over Bell's death, shutting down the phone lines would do the trick. That's kind of funny. It's kind of like giving respect to that guy for his greatest, the ultimate moment of silence, actually. Date of birth 7 February 1812. A celebrity during his lifetime, Charles John Huffman Dickens remains one of the largest sources of information regarding 19th century London. Known for being both a literary titan and an activist, Dickens' work showcased the life and personalities of London's working class people. He asked around in London pubs that still exist today was report that he was a regular. Imagine being a regular at every single pub. That takes dedication. Rebecca Crane. My favorite contemporary criticism of Dickens would have to be Mr. Dickens, as in revenge for his own queer name, does bestow still queerer ones upon his fictitious creations. Dickens was born in Portsmouth, the second, I think it's actually pronounced Portsmouth, the second of 8 children. He was said to have had an idyllic childhood up until the summer of 1824, when his father, John Dickens, was arrested for debt and thrown into Marshalsea debtor's prison with his family in town. To help pay off his father's debt, Charles was forced to leave school and begin work at Warren's Blacking Warehouse, a place that was notorious for its poor treatment of children. Not a creche? What does that mean? Not a creche to be seen, yet even after his father's debt was cleared, young Charles' mother suggested he continue to work. I never afterwards forgot. I never shall forget. I never can forget. He said that my mother was warned for my being sent back. Fresh. A model or tableau presenting... Wait, what? No, not a creche to be seen. Oh, because it was saying a place that was notorious for its poor treatment of children, not a creche to be seen. A creche is a model or tableau presenting the scene of Jesus Christ's birth, displayed in homes and public places at Christmas. I did not know it was called a creche. I believe we actually had one for our crap. Actually had one for that we set up for Christmas at my family's house when I was younger. Unfortunately, that thing was kind of destroyed in the Camp Wildfire, but called it like a different name. I can't remember what they called it. Once free of the warehouse and after attending school, Dickens got a job at the law office of Ellis and Blackmore. Living in the city, he attended the theater religiously and, inspired by the story spun on the stage, began his writing career. Dickens, of course, went on to be a world-renowned for works including Oliver Twist, he also made A Christmas Carol, as with Ebenezer Scrooge, I believe, and Great Expectations, and his success as a writer continued throughout his life, even Queen Victoria calling herself a fan. Perhaps less well known, however, is Dickens' powerful interest in the supernatural, Seal's Right, which eventually saw him become part of Cambridge's Ghost Club, an organization of paranormal investigation and research. One of the biggest controversies surrounding his life was his extramarital relationship with Ellen Ternan, a young theater actress with whom he remained until his death. Ternan and Dickens kept their affair a secret, destroying their entire history of correspondence in a bonfire 9 years into their relationship. In June 1865, Dickens was involved in the Staplehurst rail crash, but despite heroically helping to rescue other victims, he refused to speak at the accident's inquest to avoid having to disclose that he had been traveling with Ternan and her mother. Between 1868 and 1869, Dickens gave a series of farewell readings in England, Scotland, and Ireland. During this time, he also began work on what would be his final and only unfinished novel, The Mystery of Edwin Drood. In June 1870, after a full day's writing, Dickens suffered a stroke, died the next day, Coincidentally, the 5th anniversary of Staplehurst crash. He was buried in the Poets' Corner of the Westminster Abbey. Clara O'Day, date of birth 24 February 1856, born in 1856. Clara was the only child of a less fortunate O'Day family. Like many Irish women, Clara's mother was an indentured servant to an upper-class household in Strand. Sneaking into the family's private lessons, Clara picked up as much as she could, devouring the education her parents could never afford to give her. Unfortunately, after being wrongly accused of theft, Clara's mother was dismissed from her job and was forced to find other means of survival. By the time she turned 10, Clara had become the sole breadwinner in her household. Her father having left the family a year prior, and her mother bedridden and sick with grief, Clara took to the streets to support what little family she had left. The orphan children with whom she found kinship gave her a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before. Courageous and charismatic, Clara, now orphaned herself, has grown up to be a remarkable young businesswoman and today helps provide for children in need. Evie Fry, date of birth 9 November 1847. Evie Fry was born 4 minutes before her brother Jacob, and she never let him forget it. She was fierce from the moment she grasped and kicked her way into life, shattering the peaceful silence of a gracious country home. Jacob and Evie's mother, Cecily, died in childbirth. She was the only daughter of an English steelworks manager based in the Rhondda Valley in South Wales. Her mother was of Welsh stock. Their father, Ethan, accepted his mother-in-law's offer to raise children until the age of 6. He then took charge of their upbringing at his home in Crawley. Her father raised Evie and her brother to join the Assassin Order. It was a dangerous time for the assassins in England, and as the Templars tried to extend their stranglehold on London to the surrounding countryside. Evie was studious and technical. She gravitated towards the more theoretical and organizational parts of the organization. She practiced in research with a side interest in pieces of Ethan. Ethan instilled in his children a strong sense of social duty. The idea that the assassin should help the people be free rather than solely act as agents to take down oppressive forces. While Jacob rebelled against his father's schooling, Evie relished his lessons. His teachings became a cornerstone of Evie's personal creed. Her first assassination was a mill owner who was abusing or refusing to pay his staff. The incoming owner, a member of the Brotherhood, improved conditions greatly. Evie is valued among the assassins for her Evie is valued among the assassins for her thoughtful planning, her ability to solve problems, and her ability to see the human side of any equation. Frederick Abilene, a young, born date of birth 8 January 1843, a young clockmaker from Dorset. Frederick Abilene knew he was destined for bigger and more puzzling things. Joining the Metropolitan Police in 1863, it took him only 2 years to make a good impression and be promoted to sergeant. He always strove to be fair and just in his line of work, but found that the law was often anything but. In 1868, albeit with some hesitation, he joined forces with Jacob and Evie Fry, 2 justice-seeking rogues, to help rid the streets of the notorious spider gang that dominated the city's underworld. Although reluctant to look back on this unusual time in his life, his actions during this year were crucial to his career. In 1873, he became an inspector and was transferred to Whitechapel. He eventually led the investigation into the infamous Jack the Ripper murders. That's interesting. Although certainly beneficial at the time, Abilene spent the rest of his life questioning whether or not his early alliance with the Fries was ultimately just another corruption of the justice system. Henry Green, date of birth 7 December 1843. Henry is as good at keeping secrets as he is at meeting people. Many people do not, and most people never will, know that Henry was not always called Henry. Jayadeep Mir was born the son of a princess and an assassin. Arbaz Mir, a member of the Indian Brotherhood, fell in love with Pyara Kaur, a daughter of the Maharaja Karak Singh. While racing against the Templars to find the whereabouts of the mysterious Koh-i-Noor diamond. Jayadeep was raised and trained to be a member of the Brotherhood, but to the frustration of many, found he was more inclined towards books than he was to violence. Hoping it was just a phase, the Brotherhood sent Jayadeep out on a mission in 1860, but she ultimately failed, putting the Brotherhood at risk. Jayadeep was then invited to England for a more suitable mission. He left home, but was never hopeful that someday he would return, having proved to be a capable field agent. Over the course of his time in England, he adopted many fake identities, but came over the very simple curiosity shop owner Henry Green. Henry, a name he heard quite often, and Green being the color of his hat at the time. Having made connections throughout London, he proved extremely useful upon the arrival of the assassin's twins, Evie and Jacob Fry, for them to help in their quest to bring down the Templar control in London, having consumed as much information about the city as is humanly possible. While both sincere and hardworking, Jai has a human side to him that many in the Brotherhood simply do not. Jacob Fry, date of birth 9 November 1847. Jacob was born the younger Fry twin to a schoolmaster and his young wife, both assassins. His mother Cecily died giving birth. After being cared for by their grandmother until the age of 6, Jacob and Evie were taken into their family home at Crawley. A forward thinker, Ethan Fry raised his kids steeped in the assassin heritage. Every night educated them in the ways of the assassins and the world. Evie soaked up this knowledge. Jacob paid far less attention to his father's lessons and gradually came to resent them. Evie was always a good student, but Jacob was the athlete. He heard and obeyed the tenets of the creed and the instructions of the Assassin Brotherhood, but inside he was pure chaos, waiting for a chance to unleash his potential. While Evie dutifully practiced with her father, Jacob took to wild explorations late at night of the dark factories and gambling dens of Crawley and beyond. With his father's death, Jacob was finally free of his obligation as a small-town watchman, victorious as the second best assassin in the London suburbs after Evie, of course. He was ready to face his destiny in the big city. Ned Weiner, date of birth 5 October 1840. Although born in New York City, that's interesting, Ned always dreamed of traveling to London. He must have been quite a fan of Brain. Not only was an escape abroad attractive to his inquisitive young mind, but the British Empire held the potential for extraordinary criminal activity. Ned Weiner, nee Henrietta Netta Mary Wynn. What? Was raised in American polite society and was expected to play a part, but longed for a life outside social constraints. Always clever, he learned how to sneak away from home while no one was watching. By day, he would play the part of the respectable... Oh! I understand now. Of a respectable little girl, but by night he was a boy in disguise found a home on the streets among petty thieves and dark influences. No one ever made a connection between the two persona, and Ned soon began making a name for himself as a notorious jewel thief. Once he had amassed sufficient funds, he left home for good and utterly abandoned his own Netta identity. It seems a shame because she sounded fun. Ned quickly excelled in the criminal underworld, but struck it big only after proving his talents and being recruited by America's most famous thief, Adam Worth. Seeing Ned's obvious talent for scheming and schmoozing, Worth gave him a very important mission that just so happened to mirror the young man's dream: set up a crime syndicate in the heart of the British Empire. It wasn't too hard for Ned to make friends when he did reach London, and it wasn't long before his plan was underway. He made his base of operations in the southward, specializing in theft, and assembled a group of hard-working, loyal thieves to aid his cause. There was only one obstacle remaining on his path to achieving true success: the Blighters. They'll could find Ned again, however, when in 1868, Ned stumbled upon the most beautiful train he had ever laid eyes on. The owners of the train, twin assassins Jacob and Evie Fry, agreed to take out the Blighter presents, provided Ned let them keep whatever booty they discovered on their journey across London. And Robert Topping, date of birth 7 July 1847. Robert Ignatius Topping was born in London on a sunny day in July 1847. Which might account for his chipper outlook in life. The fifth child of 8, Topping often had to fight to be heard. With little attention to give to their middle child, the Toppings often left Robert to his own devices to make his own fun. And though he was generally a content and charismatic child, Robert frequently found himself bored and alone, and regularly daydreamed that someday he might lead a more exciting existence. One day, though he could never have predicted it, that longing became a reality. On a family outing to the market, little Robert wandered away from his siblings and was quickly lost in a maze of back alleys. Tired, confused, and unable to find his way back, he finally fell asleep in an empty crate. Upon awakening, he discovered that his crate, cradle. What? had been relocated to the mobile stores of traveling circus. An unlikely story perhaps, but one Robert today insists is perfectly true. The young stowaway or runaway found the nomadic lifestyle of the circus performers thrilling and elected to remain with them for several years, escaping the family home to amass all the knowledge that acrobats, harlequins, and ringmasters had to offer. When eventually the crew disbanded, Robert returned to the city full-time, but the toppings found the stories of his supposed hijinks thoroughly unbelievable. Ever resourceful, Robert later entered into the employment of his own uncle, whose illegitimate businesses promised another taste of a more exciting life. Today, the ambitious young topping acts as a bookie for underground prize fighting and street racing rings, but has greater hopes for the future. Though he may occasionally fall in with the wrong crowd, he is nothing if not a survivor and can generally talk or trick his way out of any tense situation. Feeling that, he can do some quick juggling. David Brewster, this is something that we have already read. Yes. And we already read Rupert Ferris. The Assassin Brotherhood is a secret organization whose ideology is centered on the belief that only free will can ensure the betterment of humanity. They have existed throughout the recorded human history, locked in a battle with the Templar Order, who believe, well, pretty much the opposite of what we do. That's why we fight. Here's a question for you. Both sides existed before the historical assassin and Order of the Knights Templar. What were they called? Excellent question. Shut your lips up. There have been brotherhoods recorded throughout the time. The Roman Empire, the Middle Ages, the Italian Wars, the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Haitian Revolution. We're big on revolutions. But the one we're focused on today is the Industrial Revolution in London. Where it looks like the Templars have a firm grip on the city, the country, and the British Empire. It wasn't always that way. There used to be an assassin in London. In the 18th century, the London Brotherhood was basically led by two people, a man known only as Miko and Edward Kenway. They met shortly after the latter returned to London from the West Indies, and for a time this meant the English assassins would be stronger than ever. Miko was a bit of a free spirit. He roamed all over Europe searching for pieces of Eden, making connections, and lending aid to various regional brotherhoods. I'm not sure if he was ever officially designated as a mentor, and in any case, he and Edward weren't much for that type of ceremony. But Edward brought to the table was stability. He used his charm to make a connection in the city, in both high society and the criminal underworld. Sounds familiar. Edward was murdered in his own home, betrayed by one of his business associates who was actually a Templar. Miko kept about his business as best he could, but he was also killed by a Templar, Edward's son Hatham. Huh. With those two out of the picture, the Templars had a clear path to control London. In the here and now, the Brotherhood's seen better days. The Templars won a major victory in 2000, and nearly wiped all of us out. But we've been rebuilding slowly but surely. We are establishing new brotherhoods in cities all over the world. We have a new network to stay in touch with each other, and we have people like you, our digital data miners. You might not have knives strapped over you, but you're making a difference, and I'm grateful. I'd be grateful if we could come up with a new term for us that isn't brotherhood. 10,000 of years fighting for progressive and free thoughts, and we're still stuck with that? Like a crane. The Rooks, an essential part of the English ecosystem. The street gangs dominated the 19th century underworld. In an attempt to unify the street gangs under one regime, the Templar Order created the Blighters and attempted to remove any opposing forces to their cause. The Clinkers of Whitechapel, the last remaining independent gang in London, fought in vain against the mighty oppressors. Eager to turn things around, they welcomed twin assassins Evie and Jacob Fry into their circle, proposing a new idea to take back the streets of London from the under the Blighters' feet. The Clinkers took on the identity of the Rooks and decided to fight under the guidance of the Fry twins. Their main approach to undermining the Blighter influence is to sabotage their hold in different areas of the city, such as Blighter-owned factories and strongholds, and then challenge them to a final fight for the territory in the gang war. Nowadays, London doesn't really have street gangs like those. It's got students in bright jackets carrying clipboards to stop you and demand your credit card details instead. Templar Order. History tells us that the Templars were a medieval military order first known as the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ in the Temple of Solomon. History goes on to say that it existed for roughly 2 centuries in the Middle Ages and were closely tied to the Crusades in the Holy Land. Crusades in the Holy Land before being disbanded after their leaders were burned at the stake in France. That history is a lie written by the Templars. Like the Assassins, the Templars have existed in some form or another since the dawn of recorded history. Their ideology is centered around a perfect world, and their interpretation of that perfection often, if not always, involves absolute control over the freedom of individuals. The Assassins respectfully disagree. The Templar Order's control over over the city of London, and by extension much of the British Empire, was like a sneak preview of the control they exert over the world today. In the 18th century, a Grand Master named Reginald Birch managed to sneak into the life of one of the most influential assassins of the day, Edward Kenway. Birch was appointed as one of Kenway's property managers, but soon became a friend of the family, even going so far as to court Edward's young daughter, Jenny. Court is a polite word I'm sorry we don't use as much today. In reality, all Birch wanted to acquire was Kenway's research into the first civilization. However, Jennifer discovered the truth and informed her father, which forced Birch to send mercenaries to the Kenway mansion. Edward was killed and Jennifer was sold to Turkish slavers. Wow. Or Jennifer. That insult to injury, Birch became the legal guardian to Edward's son, Haytham Kenway, and raised him as a Templar. With Edward out of the way, London was left without a significant assassin presence, and Birch wasted no time solidifying his order's grip on the city. But that wasn't enough. He wanted to act as a precursor science and send Haytham to the colonies in order to try and secure one. Birch's treachery was eventually discovered by Haytham and his sister, who murdered him. But by then, the Templars' control over London was absolute. Industry, politics, they had their claws in every layer of society. The Templars in London went virtually unchallenged for over a century. These days, the Templars were still pulling the strings of the past. They were popes or royalty or politicians. Today, they operate behind the most insidious force of all, a corporation. The public face of the Templar Order is a multinational conglomerate known as Abstergo. Blighters. Unruly and dangerous, street gangs are a very common element of Victorian England's ecosystem. Flourishing in poor areas, the desire for a unified lower class spread throughout the entire country resulted in entire criminal communities. Notable gangs such as the Scuttlers or the Hooligan Boys and the 40 Elephants became infamous for their skill in theft, as well as their proclivity toward extreme violence. It was then logical to take these gangs into consideration and look in and dominate the heart of the empire. When Templar Grandmaster Crawford Starrick sought to strengthen his hold over the city, controlling the underworld was a foregone conclusion. Using 7 hand-picked, highly skilled Templars and all the influence he could muster in London's underbelly, he spent a decade building London's most fearsome street gang to date, the Blighters. Originating in Westminster's worst slum, the Devil's Acre, the Blighters' influence spread across the entire city, and its members became known for their merciless brutality and unruly nature. They didn't even say please or thank you. The Blighters, once thought to be a superior answer to the street gang plague, proved instead to be a source of greater fear and loathing for the city's residents. Those who opposed the regime wound up either fatally injured or massively in debt. Police. Before 1829, London did not have a unified police force committed to the investigation and prevention of crimes. Sure, they had constables, but their sole responsibility was to bring people accused of a felony to a justice of the peace for deliberation. The system may have served them well before the Industrial Revolution, but the surge in London's population meant a surge in crime, and the government needed to respond. The Metropolitan Police Act of 1829 saw the creation of what is commonly known today as Scotland Yard, a unified police force that answered to the Home Secretary. An extra 1,000 officers were hired in addition to the 400 officers already employed. They were given uniforms, and for the first time, police work was made a full-time job. These new officers were derided by Londoners who saw the Metropolitan Police as an infringement on their personal lives. Crime is a tough habit to break. It seems the whole endeavor was a success, however, and crime rates dropped significantly in the ensuing years. Despite the odd bit of corruption, the coppers were tough and relentless in their aim to clean up the streets of London. Lovely news for Jacob Fry and the Rooks, isn't it? George Westhouse, date of birth 30 April 1820, George Westhouse grew up working in an old mill by the river in Crawley, and the monotonous labor wore him down like the grain he crushed under the millstone. That's right, I can be poetic. One day, Ethan Fry rescued him from robbers along the riverbank. A spark of adventure awoken him, and he abandoned his post, joining the assassins. He ran missions with Ethan Fry in Sicily, taking his orders from the two of them, and slowly learned to fight. He was paired with the precocious Fry twins on memories. Once Ethan died, he became the senior planner, higher ranking at least in spirit, and assigned to orchestrate their memories. All I can say is, good luck. City of London. Cannon Street Station. The name Cannon Street has nothing to do with the weapon, but is in fact an English corruption of the street's original name, Candlewick Street, or Candlewick Street. I don't know. And as it was known in the 12th century, the street earned its name from the number of candle makers and drapers who lived and worked there. Cannon Street Station was built by the Southeastern Railway following an act of Parliament in 1861, allowing its construction. It opened to the public September 1st, 1866. The station's hotel was built the following year and was designed by E.M. Barry, the son of J.W. Barry, the architect behind the Houses of Parliament. The presence of the train station and its proximity to the Thames bolstered Cannon Street as a center of trade. As the 19th century drew to a close, the area became populated with warehouses and industrial buildings. St. Bartholomew's Hospital. The Royal Hospital of St. Bartholomew is the oldest hospital in all of London. It was built in the year 1123 by a traveling entertainer turned Anglo-Roman monk named Roher. The story goes that Roher fell ill while on the pilgrimage to Rome and vowed to found a hospital if he survived and returned home safely. You know, that old story. The number of hospitals built that way is astounding. The most notorious physician to work at St. Bartholomew was Dr. Rodrigo Lopez, appointed to the hospital in 1562. He would go on to become Queen Elizabeth's chief physician. He was arrested in 1594 for attempting to poison the Queen and was hanged, drawn, and quartered in June of that year. The scandal, combined with Lopez's Judaism, it reignited a trend of Jewish villains in theater, including the arrival of Christopher Marlowe's Tragedy of the Rich Jew of Malta, and most notably William Shakespeare's writing of The Merchant of Venice. I read The Merchant of Venice, but I've heard of The Jew of Malta, but I never actually read it. When the cholera epidemic hit London in 1831, St. Bartholomew's Hospital refused to admit cholera patients. You know you're in bad shape when even the hospital says no thank you. Instead, cholera patients were kept in a nearby house, which was then demolished following the outbreak. A medical school was built as an extension of the hospital a few years later. Facilities were state-of-the-art and featured a library, medical and chemical theaters, an anatomy museum, and a section room. Southwark. London Bridge Station. London Bridge Station is the oldest railway terminus in London. That's a typo. It should be in London. And has a history of corporate competition, partnership, and dissolution. The original station was opened in 1836 by the London and Greenwich Railway. It was simple in design but not very large, but the LGR uses prime location to lease its line and sought to its competitors who sought to what? But the LGR uses prime location to lease its line and station to its competitors who sought to access London through the station. By 1840, 4 different train companies were paying the LGR to use its line. One competitor, the London and Croydon Railway, LCR, built its own station adjacent to that of the LGR and eventually merged the competing railways using LGR station. And the amalgamated companies, which would later call itself the London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway, completed their coup by taking over the LGR station in 1844, demolishing the station and rebuilding it all within the same year. You're welcome. Incredibly specific 19th century regional railway companies Company fact fans, I do this for you. Waterloo Station. When the London and Southwestern Railway first built Waterloo Station in 1848, it was only meant to be a stopover between Southampton and the City of London. That didn't stop Waterloo from becoming a high-traffic station. So, and as demand grew, additional platforms were built around the original building, which became known as the Central Station. Each new platform was built with its own entrance, and booking opposite was either mislabeled or not labeled at all. Confusion grew further in 1869 when another train station in Waterloo Junction was built across the street. Waterloo Station accompanied passengers both living and dead in response to London's crowded cemeteries. Parliament established the London Necropolis and Mausoleum Company in 1852 to create a new burial ground outside the city and ship to the newly deceased from inside the city. A former task was achieved by building a 500-acre cemetery in Surrey, the largest in the world at the time, and the latter by establishing the Necropolis Railway, a rail line that moved all the corpses directly from Waterloo Station to Surrey. Waterloo was chosen as a departure point because its location by the Thames allowed the bodies to be delivered to the station from all over London. Like a beautiful fairy tale, isn't it? I thought that was I. Sometimes life can be magical. Lambeth Palace. Since the 13th century, Lambeth Palace has become the London residence of the Archbishop of Canterbury, leader of the Church of England. Besides proximity to Westminster made it an appropriate location to house someone with the political and religious influence of the Archbishop of Canterbury held at the time. The first Archbishop to take up residence at Lambeth Palace was Stephen Langton, a key player in the signing of the Magna Carta in 1215. That's key as in a major figure, not a keyboardist at that after party. The palace endured damage and distress over the course of England's many wars, especially the English Civil War, which was never properly repaired until the 19th century. Before its renovations, the architect Edward Blower called the palace miserably deficient. There's a review I like to read. Notable buildings that make up Lambeth Palace include Morton Tower, which serves as a palace entrance as well as the living quarters of the palace's guard. Palace Library, which has been open to the public since 1610 and features records dating back to the 10th century, and the Archbishop's private chapel. Westminster. Big Ben. Charles Barry was hired in 1844 to rebuild the Houses of Parliament, which had burned down 10 years earlier. It was decided the new building should include a clock tower, and Barry enlisted the reputable clockmaker Louis Vouliamy to design the clock itself. Big Ben is the name commonly used for the entire clock tower, but is originally the nickname for the largest bell in the tower. The clock tower is now officially known as Elizabeth Tower after Queen Elizabeth II because reasons. The origin of the nickname Big Ben has been boiled down to two theories. The first is that it derives from Sir Benjamin Hall, the Portly Commissioner of Works. The other theory is that the nickname comes from the world of boxing. Heavyweight fighters of the time were sometimes called Big Bens, after the heavyweight boxing champion Benjamin Kant. Each clock tower is engraved as its base. The engraving reads in Latin, "O Lord, keep safe our Queen Victoria I." It's actually kind of cool. Houses of Parliament. Also known as the Palace of Westminster, the Houses of Parliament were built and remodeled around one of the first royal residences. The Great Hall inside Parliament is the last remnant of the palace built by William II at the end of the 11th century. The old palace remained a royal residence for just over 400 years until Henry VIII moved to Whitehall Palace in 1530. The old palace became the permanent location for the country's two Houses of Parliament, the House of Commons and the House of Lords. Call Henry VIII's relationship with the Catholic Church turbulent would be an understatement. I'd say in the 1940s, Britain's relationship with Germany was a little fraught. This conflict with the church put the king's lawyers hard at work. They situated themselves at the old palace, making the building the home of the courts of laws as well. The most notable people to be tried in the Palace of Westminster are Guy Fawkes, the Catholic extremist who attempted to blow up the Houses of Parliament in 1606, and King Charles I, who was tried and executed for treason at the height of the English Civil War. Minister Spencer Perceval was assassinated in the lobby of the House of Commons in 1812. They need to update their security. Whitechapel, Spitalfields Market. Spitalfields is an old neighborhood in London's East End, took its name from the hospital that was built there in 1197. St. Mary's Spitalfields, St. Mary's Spittle. And by spittle, they didn't mean like there was a saint called Mary who liked to spit while she talked. The word was an abbreviation of hospital and was generally used to mean hospitality in Middle English, which is the very opposite of spitting in someone's face. As Spitalfields became less of a field and more of a developed neighborhood in the late 17th century, a silk thrower named John Balk acquired the rights to own a market in the area every Thursday and Saturday. The market, which sold only fruits and vegetables, was a quick success. The Spitalfields, like most of the East End, was populated by immigrants to England, and shortly after the market opened, London experienced a wave of incoming French Huguenots who had just been expelled from France in their religious beliefs. Many of the French Huguenots who settled in Spitalfields were skilled in silk weavers and sold their wares at Spitalfields Market. It wasn't long before the market became synonymous with its luxurious silk, and all of the Spitalfields gained a very positive reputation as a result. In 1875, the market's lease passed to a developer named Robert Horner. Horner fought regularly with the Whitechapel District Board of Works over how the market could be expanded without disturbing traffic around the market. An iron and glass roof was built in 1883, and the surrounding shops were built over the next century. Spitalfields in the East End in general fell in esteem as time went on, but in the 19th century, the silk makers had long moved on, and overpopulation and poverty led to a rise in the crime. The market remained an important fixture, providing the food needed to get through the day to those who could afford it. It's still there today, though in recent years it's fallen into corporate chains and to stalls that think charging 200 quid for a pillow with a cat drawn on it by a student is a good business. Oh, and if you're a Ripper fan, it's directly across the 10 Bells pub, where various Jack's victims enjoyed a quiet pint, but they could still could raise a glass to them sometime. St. Mary and Matfelon. The original Whitechapel that gave the borough its name was built on the site in 1286. It will be rebuilt 3 times over the course of its history. The first was in 1329 when it was officially renamed St. Mary Matfelon. It was then rebuilt in 1685, despite the fact that it was one of the only buildings to survive the Great Fire of 1666. And it was rebuilt again in 1875 in order to more closely resemble the church as it was in 1329. Talk about indecisive. The man who executed King Charles I at the end of the English Civil War, Richard Brandon, was buried in St. Mary's churchyard. Historical records document a scandal that took place in the church around 1710. I know. A scandal in the church. Whatever next. Anyway, it seemed like the rector of the church set up an altarpiece depicting the Last Supper and it had the figure of Judas made to look exactly like a personal enemy of his, the Dean of Peterborough. As far as the passive aggression goes, I say that that's pretty aggressive. It's also bloody brilliant. For those curious, Sean it's established that Sean writes the database entries. So it just kind of has its own little flair. St. Mary Matfelon was hit hard during the Blitz of World War II and was eventually demolished in 1952. This is not standing today, apparently. Beer tasting notes. Leaping Fox Lager, 1866 lager, Burns Brewery registered. Song tasting notes. A big, bold flavor of stomach acid finishes with notes of someone else's old chewing gum and a smattering of pencil shavings. The beer itself has a consistency not dissimilar to egg whites that have curdled a little bit, with a head like a dirty linen that leaves a lacing a gray smudge on the walls of the glass. Going by the scale of the other beers tried on this project, I say 3 out of 5 stars. Would definitely order again. So, and I'm assuming that these notes were written like when you gather everything, but Trevina, Sean's tasting notes. Whoso pulleth this pint from the cask shall be right wise king born of England, which would be fortunate as he could then immediately put the brewer of this travesty to death for crimes against the state. The ensuing crisis of secession, civil war, and mass outbreak of food poisoning will surely plunge us into a dystopian age to make a British comic book writer of the 1980s wet himself with glee. Molt de coronis plus de virtus, indeed. And no, I'm not going to translate that for you. You should bloody know what it means. I'm going to look that up. Molt de... Thank you for finishing it. Translation. Many crowns and virtues is what it means. Red Growler. Special brew, Sean says he knows. Here's a fun beer fact for you. Cask conditioned beers are often treated with isinglass, which is a substance obtained from the dried swim bladders of cod in order to clarify the brew and remove particulates that expand yeast. In the case of Red Growler Special Brewed, I think we'd all have been happier skipping the beer altogether and just chewing on the dried fish bladder. Marilis, Marilis formosissima, pride, the language of flowers. Lauristinus, Viburnum tinus, I die if neglected. This pretty plant, which is the gift to Spain, is the ornament of our shrubberies in winter, appearing in full leaf and flower at a time when other plants are stripped of theirs. Neither the scorching breath of summer nor the cold blast of winter can despoil it of its charms. At the same time, assiduous care is necessary to preserve it. The emblem of constant and delicate friendship, it always seeks to please, but dies if neglected, the language of flowers. Poppy. Papa Ver Oriental, constellation. As these plants, or rather the juice extracted from them, are employed to ease pain and procure sleep for the restless invalid, the red poppy in floral language is made the symbol of constellation. The white poppy is supposed to express my bane, my antidote, the language of flowers. So this has like a very brief thing, and these are kind of more dead. Okay. Illustrations. Illustration 36. The Easter Monday Volunteer Review at Brighton Skirmishers. Illustration 37. Festival of the Highland Society. The Health of the Duke of Rothesay with Highland Honors. That's Scottish, I think. I think Scottish. I think it's Scottish that had the kill. It's either Scottish or Ireland. I think it's Scottish. It's Scottish in the budget. Honestly, I'm trying to think, like, obviously they're different countries, but I wonder how similar those two countries actually are. Discussing the budget. Args Cottage, Barford. A laborer's home at Whitnash. Bishop, date of birth unknown. Here's the thing, that's the thing that quite annoys me. I don't know anything about Bishop. A few years back, Rebecca and I stumbled upon a hacker collective calling themselves the Initiates. They built an impressive little network and had been spying on assassins and Templars alike for years. A few of them even managed to infiltrate an assassin cell. I gave them a rousing speech, as I often like to do, and managed to convince them to join our side. Just like that, a new assassin network was born. I was kind of under the impression that Rebecca and I would be responsible for them. Is Finder Keepers one of the tenets of the creed? Maybe it should be. But along comes William Bloody Miles, who simply said this is Bishop and she's in charge of the Initiates now. And that's what it's like with Grumpy Old Bill, you know. He just likes to tell you how it's going to be. It's so grumpy. So that's how I met Bishop. I know what she does. She is kind of a central controller and dispatcher for assassins around the world. She makes sure that when a Templar pops their head up, assassins waiting to cut it off. Or if there's a new set of genetic memories to synchronize, she helps us. She finds us a helpful soul like you to help synchronize them. It's all well and good, but I still don't know who she is, and quite frankly, I'm loath to admit that it drives me batshit crazy. I joined the assassin by uncovering the greatest conspiracy theory known to man, yet I can't find anything on this woman. Everyone's got a theory. Gavin thinks she's former CIA. My friend Harlan thinks she's a defector from the Irredito. another hacker collected that no one's heard from in a while. Rebecca tells me that she actually knows the truth, but promised not to tell me. I pinky swore, sorry, not sorry. Isabella Ardant, date of birth 4 October 1969. Isabella Ardant, maiden name Chu, was born in Hong Kong and moved to the United Kingdom to attend the University of Cambridge, where she studied computer science. Isabella was the first woman to be recruited into the Abstergo Industries by its Young Innovators program. She started as a digital archivist and worked her way up through the ranks, eventually securing a position as the operations executive for the Historical Research Division. Broadly speaking, her team manages and archives Abstergo's primary resources, genetic memories. She collects them from all the branches of the company and makes them available to one another. For example, when Lineage Research and Acquisition obtained Subject 17's genetic memories, it was Isabel who made sure that entertainment had access to them to create virtual entertainment features. As a reminder, Subject 17 is Desmond Miles, who died at the end of Assassin's Creed 3. And Abstergo still has his body. Getting her hands on all of Abstergo's research meant that it didn't take long for the Templar Order to notice her. They appreciated her meticulous nature and brought her into their inner sanctum so that she could guard their most valuable secrets. Which, let's be real, hasn't really worked out that great for them. Feels like they can't go 6 months without getting hacked. Otto Berg, date of birth 17 June 1985. Juhani Otto Berg was born in Mikkeli, Finland, but was dragged around the world by his father, who worked for an oil company belonging to one of Abstergo's main subsidiaries. So young Master Berg was raised by rig pigs in Afghanistan, Kurdistan, and Oman, to name a few. But that doesn't really sound like a magical childhood, does it? With his father's blessing, Berg returned to Finland to join the army. At first, they made fun of his muddled accent. Technically speaking, he doesn't even pronounce his own name correctly. But the jokes quickly stopped as Berg proved himself to be an exceptional recruit, becoming one of the youngest special Jager in the Uti Jager regiment. He met his wife Helmi in the army, and everything pointed to an intense but unremarkable life until his daughter Elena was born and diagnosed with cystic fibrosis. Now, Finland's what? I think that's supposed to be when Finland's. That's another typo. While Finland's healthcare system is generally considered to be quite good, the Berg family found themselves struggling to afford the aggressive drug treatments Elena so desperately needed. Berg quit the army and became a well-paid mercenary, which his wife did not approve of, resulting in divorce. It's not exactly doctor or lawyer, isn't it? Is it? Berg's freelance activities caught the attention of Dr. Warren Vidic, who recruited him into Abstergo's anime training program in exchange for an off-the-market miracle cure. I imagine Berg's divorce became much more amicable, though no less final after that. Just as he did in the army, Berg showed promise early on and quickly rose through those ranks. Eventually won a spot in the inner sanctum of the Templar Order. He was given command of Sigma Team and lead force design assassin. It's been a pain in the proverbial balls ever since. TLDR, Otto Berg is a scary motherfucker, and someone actually made a baby with him. Gross. Rebecca Crane, date of birth 3 February 1984. One key reason Rebecca is so great is that she trained a life of extreme sports, spoiled life, and intellectual pursuits. Rebecca might have been an Olympian if it weren't for her deep love of comical cigarettes and doobies. Apologies for the technical jargon there and a nasty broken leg. No doubt attained by doing something utterly Crane-like, like falling out of a helicopter into an avalanche or trying to drive a jet ski through a tornado while eating a tofu burger. While recuperating, she taught herself to code and found her true calling as a maker of things. She provides tech support for the assassins in the field. She creates and maintains our gear, even going so far as to create her own version of the Animus, which she named Baby. Did I mention she enjoys recreational substances? Don't sass me, you can't even make a cup of fucking coffee. Becca swears too much. He has a very easygoing nature, but she's lost friends along the way. Clay, Lucy, Desmond. Assassin barely retired, if you know what I mean. But she's never once thought about giving up. I'm proud to say that she's my very best friend in the whole world. Aww. However, she's bloody annoying. And a vegetarian, so you can imagine how easy explaining food when we're on an assignment. Death could be upon us at any moment, but oh dear, we must always procure bits of tree in order to sustain Rebecca. And you ruined it. Here's your punishment. Sean's birthday is the 16th of November, 1985. Not cool. Max, and I happen to think I look quite good for my age. So 1985. That is... It may seem like that's old, but it's like in his 40s, isn't it? Calculator. You're just gonna do it like the easy way, like what he is now. 2024 minus 1985. That's not even that old. So this game came out in 2015, I believe. 2015. Maybe. And so let's do it this way. How old was he then? "39 is not that old. But at the time this game came out, Sean was... Dude, 30 is not that old. I'm just turned 28 and I'm still pretty young. As nimble as I used to be. Date of birth, how rude, it shall never be revealed, never. I am a humble database scribe, a wordsmith. My name is Sean Hastings. I'm an assassin like you, though a little better. And like most of you, I wasn't born into it. I wasn't raised to join the Brotherhood. As a brash, inquisitive, and dare I say it, handsome young lad, I was obsessed with conspiracy theories and the unexplained. I started digging into the nasty bits of Abstergo Industries, of which there are legion, and attempted to play whistleblower. Freedom of information, huzzah, but all that got me was an appointment with a Templar death squad. Translation, Sean found a millennia-old conspiracy that reached the highest levels of power imaginable, and thought the best idea ever would be to shout and wave at it. Lucky for me, I was saved from certain death by the technological witchcraft of one Rebecca Crane. She brought me into the Assassins and have been here, improving their lives, making entertaining chit-chat, and boosting moral percentage. Translation, all I do for the Assassins is build shit and save Sean's life. I mostly served as a historian and analyst for field agents. I have a gift for organization, you see. I'm able to see patterns and connections. As such, the Assassins would be lost without me. And they'd all be saying a historian instead of Oh, you freaking... I hate when people do that. And they correct people, or grammatically correct people. And they'd all be saying a historian instead of an historian, and I'd probably explode. But I'm much more than two wonderful forms, an enormous brain, two twinkly eyes, and a talent for grammar. I've been trained by our grumpy mentor William Miles himself, and I've become a bona fide field agent. I take great joy in striking at the Templars whenever and however I can. I infiltrated Abstergo Entertainment. I blew up a Templar lab. When he say blew up a Templar lab, he's talking about something that happened in the comics, I believe. I'm really very impressive if I do say so myself. You may think I'm an arrogant bastard, but that's only because I'm smarter than you, and this one time I helped save the entire planet from Master Soul Flare. But here shit hot at video games can walk upright, so well done, you should be very proud. Thank you. I'm also a writer. Violet DaCosta, born 14 June 1988. It's empty to say that Violet DaCosta is an evil version of Rebecca Crane, but then since you haven't spent much time with Rebecca Crane, I'm armed. Violet was born in Barrie, Ontario, and completed a bachelor's degree with a double major in mathematics and computer science. Fun times. She was looking for work in the intelligence community when she was recruited by Abstergo to work as a technologist. After the original Sigma team was annihilated in Florence, Violet was also Berg's first recruit into the new version. She serves as tactical and technological support. Her ability to assess situations and identify problems, identify priorities, means that she's able to tell whom to kill first. Always handy in this job. But not what you call a particularly transferable skill. All of this also means that in addition to being incredibly handy with technology, she's a trained killer. Violet's services are in high demand, and she is frequently sent around the world to various Abstergo facilities in order to fine-tune and innovate on various operating systems, network security, and intrusion detection systems. She's Templar, she's also Canadian, and frankly, both make me shudder. Alvaro Grammatica. Date of birth 4 April 1965. Alvaro Grammatica was a genius from the day he was born in Mexico City. That fucking made me jump. He graduated from university at the age of 17 with advanced degrees in physics and computer science and went on to develop expertise in mechanical engineering biology. Plus, he was brilliant at Sudoku. I think that's supposed to be, as another typo, it's this wide range of knowledge that made him so valuable to Abstergo. In 2008, he was recruited to work on the Akashic satellite plexus. In 2009, Grammatica invented the data dump scanner. Software programs that allowed anonymous users to relive genetic memories that were not their own. It revolutionized an already incredible machine and paved the way for Abstergo's current successes with the Abstergo Entertainment and its Helix cloud servers. I could do all that cool stuff too if I was backed up by a gazillion-dollar evil corporation RC. At present, Dr. Grammatica may be our prominent Templar agent. In 2014, it's one of the situations where a single word would make all the difference. He was named as the director of the Project Phoenix. And taking out a word would make it better. He was named as the director of Project Phoenix. This helps to use every resource at Abstergo's disposal to fully sequence first civilization genome. We're hearing reports that this has caused some strife among the Templar rank and file. The previous big shot, Dr. Vidic, knew how to keep the inner sanctum unified towards a common goal, but Dr. Grammatica is more concerned with the work than human relationships, and that's not limited to his co-conspirators. He often abandons his wife and 3 children for long periods of time while immersed in whatever abhorrent experiment is currently in front of him at Sudoku. Miscellaneous Abstergo. In 1910, a group of Templar leaders assembled with a bold plan for the Order's future. Capitalized on the unprecedented progress of science and technology brought about by the Industrial Revolution in order to expand their already considerable influence on the world. The plan culminated in the creation of Abstergo Industries in 1937. It began as a modest little fund company so that the Templars could accumulate wealth. After World War II, prominent Templars in government and in industry helped to grow into a monstrous conglomerate with offices, laboratories, factories, and other facilities all over the world, in addition to their holdings in other major companies. Abstergo has a presence across all corners of industry, including pharmaceuticals, information technology, agriculture, energy, manufacturing, and even entertainment production. Here, the Templars control the world. A great majority of Abstergo resources are devoted to locating and acquiring pieces of Eden. Most of you know the company from its painkillers or fitness trackers, or more recently, its virtual entertainment features. Perhaps a handsome man served you a tasty coffee there sometime. But what you may not realize is that they also like to build things that, like satellite arrays designed to control your mind. The vast majority of Abstergo employees are not in fact Templars, but rather honest folk just trying to make a living. Individually, any one facet of Abstergo's business looks rather harmless, but taken together, Abstergo is a noose around the neck of the free world. In fact, they make a pretty good slogan for them if they're thinking of printing any t-shirts or anything. The Animus. The Animus was a crowning achievement of the late Dr. Warren Vidic, the world's leading authority on genetic memory, who achieved a first-class degree in basket case studies at the University of Nutjob. Although the Animus is an Abstergo Industries invention, our own gadget witch, love that nickname for Rebecca Crane, managed to build a version of the device for the assassins. Fucking right I did. Please don't use my keyboard while I'm attending to nature, Rebecca. Anyway, since the creation of Animus technology in 1980, Abstergo has used it on at least 17 subjects, and the machine itself has gone through several iterations. In 2002, they began to mass-produce Animai, selling them in their facilities around the planet. Templars created the Animai training program in order to create trained soldiers like the ever-charming Otzelberg in combat. Early on, the Animus could only display the genetic memories of an individual's own bloodline. However, as the technology progressed, Abstergo developed the data dump scanner, which allowed users to relive genetic memories of other people. It was first used in Project Legacy, an initiative designed to obtain new information on assassins and pieces of Eden. Dr. Vidic using an animus in an attempt to find an apple of Eden and complete the Eye of Abstergo satellite project. When Subject 16 committed suicide, driven insane by the bleeding effect, a result of overexposure to the device, the Lineage Research and Acquisition Division delivered Subject 17, a man named Desmond Miles. Although Desmond was able to locate an apple of Eden, he escaped with help from the assassins and later returned to kill Vidic. In 2012, Abstergo Entertainment used the technology to create interactive historical simulations, beginning with Liberation. Although Abstergo markets its virtual features as entertainment products, more accurate to label it as brainwashing that also spies on you. Helix is a cloud-based software developed by Abstergo Entertainment, enabling users to access a vast library of genetic memories that have been packed into virtual experiences. The various programs were largely Templar propaganda designed to make Templars throughout history look great and the assassins in throughout history look like kill-crazy arsenuggets. And you know, maybe some of them were kill-crazy arsenuggets, but they were kill-crazy arsenuggets with a more righteous cause. Lately, the cloud software has expanded to the company's other offerings. They're very clever not to present themselves as Big Brother, but rather as Big Mother. All their tech and apps present themselves as being better for your quality of life. Better phones, better wearable apps to monitor your health and well-being. They're even opening clinics in cities across the world. Abstergo Healthcare sounds amazing, but every piece of Abstergo-owned technology available on the market is sending your genetic data to the cloud in one way or another. Quite frankly, some of you deserve it. You all rightfully balk when a social media network wants to invade your privacy, but you'll gleefully wear an Abstergo body band, a fitness tracker, and bore us all to death with your jogging humble brag. Sorry, you are literally helping the enemy by jogging, so for the love of all that's holy, stop fucking jogging. In many ways, the cloud is our new battlefield. It used to be that our war was fought in the real world with really sharp things. Nowadays, we win or lose by who can data mine the fastest. But while they have legions of officers chained to their desks, we've got digital recruits like you. That's an intel.
Isabel! What a lovely surprise!
Are you recording this?
Oh, yes. I record everything I do. Never know when an unexpected breakthrough will happen. How are you?
Terrible. I've been tasked with archiving the genetic memories from Project Legacy.
Well, it's a shame how that ended, but I'm glad to see the data isn't going to waste.
It's a waste of my time and talent, just as your current assignment is a waste of yours.
Work is work. Despite the setbacks in Denver, the Eye of Abstergo satellite is a very interesting...
Vidic had his chance, and he's blown it. They'll never find a new apple in time for launch. The Animus Project is dead in the water. Meanwhile, you and I are members of the Inner Sanctum, and we're being treated like sodding interns. But what if we could give Mr. Rickon a new working piece of Eden?
I'm listening.
Don't listen. Look. Look at this.
PE number 66. Where did it come from?
The Project Legacy data revealed that the company acquired it in the 40s. I want you to help me get it working again.
This fabric, it's very fragile. But there's technology in it.
You study the Shroud. Find out anything you can about its original purpose and methods of use. I'll cross-reference the genetic memories from Project Legacy against my archive. With any luck, I can locate more people who came into contact with it. Together, we can unlock the artifact's secrets.
I get to play with an artifact and take Vidic down a peg? How can I refuse?
Happened in 2011. That's interesting. EDS Genetic Memory Export Subject Mario Auditore 1 of 5, date 1454, location Montergione, Italy. Luciano Pezzati confessed the truth behind Montefeltro siege. He was not here for Montergione. He saw what lies beneath her. Something my ancestors hid. We will find it. We must find what the Fiorentini were seeking, but be a relic, treasure, or junk. I've called in my architects and historians. Together we will solve this mystery. We studied the auditory journals and uncovered many cryptic messages and vague references. We cannot make sense of them. I walked the architect through Montergione's building layout. We discussed the possible hiding places beneath each one. I know there are secrets beneath the villa that my assistants will not find in any record book. However, I do not believe anything I have found would be so interesting to our enemy. Surely the P. de Santa Maria Assunta is a wise place to search. After all, churches have long kept some of mankind's darkest secrets. But an afternoon searching may come away or nothing. The auditorium had a cryptic Monteriggioni filled with secrets. My brother Giovanni explored it thoroughly when he was younger, and though his findings were shocking, he found no artifact. The well, searching auditorium family records, we found that one of my ancestors had that old well drained and then further excavated. A senseless act unless he was hiding something. Alvaro, as promised, here's the first delivery of DDS data. Some of it is very fragmented. We're still cleaning up the mess Erudito made of everything. Another memory export from Mario Auditory to a 5, blah 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 blah. A date 1454 is still the same place. I bring my soldier with me as well as a miner, and we descend into the excuse me. And we descend into the old well. We will spend the day down here if we must. I'm sure we are on the right track. Most of the water's been drained from this well. I searched the earthen floor for any markings or switches. My men must think we mad. Some wooden structures remain from the excavation and climb them to investigate the higher reaches of the chamber by finding no clues. I silence my men. We stand completely still. Several moments we simply listen nothing. I push on the rock walls, focusing on extrusions or loose stones, lift moves. I find no traces of anything mechanical and no ropes. Perhaps this is just a simple well. It's foolish to think we would find anything but rocks down here. We are done for today. Wait. The miner's flame. It dances as it approaches the back wall. There's a chamber hidden here. We put all our strength into pushing. We put all of our strength into pushing the wall, and it slides. Wait, the miner's flame. Haha, I love this guy. Oh, wait. I can't tell if this is a written extract or this is... Because when someone writes a journal entry, they don't really interrupt themselves. And it's almost like this happening like in the moment. So this last paragraph almost kind of seems like it's... Like, we are done for today. Wait, the miner's flame. It makes me think that he's speaking that line, but it's just reads as like a written text. Like it brought it down in a journal or something. This is stuff that we can't. Yeah, okay, so that's gonna do it for today. Before I'm just gonna go ahead and hear the tutorials. Just to get out of here. I just realized as I was reading the things that something I could do is to make sure the game saves this fast travel to a different location. It's something I didn't think to do when I was doing Assassin's Creed Unity. Let's see if this works, and it is saving. So I think that's gonna do it for today. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you all next time. An hour and 22 minutes. Holy shit.